Not much. I don't know.
There we are. Good morning again, everybody. Good to see you all today. Today is September 10th. It is the Kane County Board, and it is 10:12. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Ellen,
Allen present by Zoom if allowed.
Bates, Berman,
Herman's here and go NIU Huskies.
Doherty. Mr. Doherty, are you there? Remote? Davis,
Davis here.
Ford,
Board here.
Gums, Iqbal,
Block present.
Juby,
Should be here.
Kenyon.
Here.
Caius, Leonard,
Leonard here.
Lewis, Linder,
Linder here.
Molina,
Molina present.
Roth,
Roth here.
Sanchez, Silva,
Silva is here.
Strathman,
Strathman here.
Surgis,
Present, yes.
Tarver,
Carver's here.
Tepe,
Deputy here.
Williams,
Here.
Young.
Here.
Madam Chair.
I'm here.
All right, you have a quorum.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Miss Allen and who else?
That was, well, Linder's here on remote.
Mr. Linder, you're here? Yeah, there, I see you. I absolutely see you.
I don't see
May-
Doherty.
When he's able, he'll come back on. And then we'll just bring him on. So do I,
What?
do I have permission to allow Miss Allen and Mr. Linder, due to health related issues, bring him on board? That was a yes, Mr. Tarver. I have consensus on that for everybody. I hear heads nodding. Okay, very good. We welcome aboard, Miss Allen and Mr. Linder. All right,
Doherty.
Mr. Roth. Mr. Roth is going to be doing our invocation today. Thank you, Ms. Bates, for giving up your time for this.
Okay. Roth here. I'm going to invite, do we want to do the invocation first? Is that all right?
We will, yes,
pledge,
it's just the
okay.
invocation and the pledge.
And then pledge. Okay, I'm going to introduce my good friend Deacon Willie Williams from St. John Newman to do the invocation.
Oh, we're going to, if I
You want to
may,
do the pledge first?
pledge comes
Okay,
first.
first. In that case, I want to invite up the AMVETS to help us lead in the pledge. This is the organization we're doing the proclamation. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the remote which stands a nation.
You gentlemen. You think I'd have a
I will do the invocation. So if I can invite Deacon Willie up.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, esteemed board. My name is Deacon Willie Williams. I'm ordained clergy at St. John Newman, and I had a recent faux pas as a husband. You'd think after 50 years you wouldn't have as many of those, but my wife had an inspiration to create a new menu, and I had the meal, and I complimented the meal. The mistake I made is I didn't compliment the creator of the meal and the inspiration that went into it. And that really kind of had an overlay in my kind of preparation for this, is that we can't make the mistake on this Constitution Day of putting all our attention on the creation and not the creator and the inspiration that went into the Constitution, because the Constitution had a great prayerful foundation that built into the Constitution in 1787. In September 6, 1774, John Adams wrote to his wife Abigail that the Continental Congress dedicated 3 hours a day in prayer, and that each of them committed to the study of Psalm 35, and that they had begged God's hand in the founding of the nation. As a group, they fasted and they prayed together on their knees, got millions to pray for the founding of this nation. And all of you would know that in the Declaration of Independence, the final line says that they commit their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor. Many lost all three for defending that declaration. And you might not know, I found this to be new, is that the first act after winning the Revolutionary War by the new Congress was the publishing of a national Bible. And in the inscription they wrote, "We recommend the Bible to the public of the United States." And yes, they used tax dollars to create that Bible. So our Constitution is 237 years great. Today, we remember the writers of it who followed the divine will of the one who inspired it, the creator, not just the creation. I invite you, if you'd like to bow your head to join me. Heavenly Father, today we remember the gift of your inspiration given to men of great faith and a hope that they had of a great nation at its conception. We celebrate the ideals of this Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Centuries later, it still aspires to justice, peace, the general welfare, and freedom. Men and women have given their life for these ideals. As it is said in the Holy Scripture, no greater love does one have than to lay down their life for their fellow man. And this love is demonstrated over and over again in this country's great history. The Constitution is merely a document. It's the inspiration of its people who served, defended, and embraced its ideals. Some have paid the ultimate price for freedom for all of us. It's people's faith and honor in these ideals of democracy, inspired by you, Heavenly Father, that we celebrate Constitution Day. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ross. The next item is our approval of our minutes of August 13th. May I have a motion and a second to approve those minutes?
Williams moves.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Iqbal, thank you. Any changes on these? No? Hearing none.
In favor?
Motion.
Voice.
Is there unanimous consent, sir?
Voice.
Yes,
Williams moves for unanimous consent.
all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No? Okay, very good.
Yeah.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like to speak to those people who are here to attend publicly, public comment. I'd like to move this forward because we've got a number of proclamations here that we would like to have. We have special guests in the audience to do this, and the celebration of Constitution Day and a number of other activities as well. So I'd like to move this forward and move this, and this I'm asking for the board's authorization to do this, and then to go through our zoning petitions. And then right before we get on to the matters at hand, which is what you'll all be speaking about, we have 15 speakers. We will then go back to public comment so that your words will have great import upon the pending vote for both off and on agenda items. So do I have your permission to do that? Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for your support with that.
If those people say, get out of here. Not to mention Gillian.
All right, my comments. I'm going to move my comments until after we get done with our proclamations so that our special guests can be heard. But today is certainly a day of a lot of gratitude for many reasons. And each proclamation of that we're going to be presenting are notable, and they all have to do with the greatness of the United States of America, each in their own specific way. So, Mr. Sanchez, sir,
Yes, ma'am.
good morning. I'm glad to see you here. Are you ready to read the proclamation?
Yeah, I believe I am going to share the duties with two of my colleagues as
Oh,
well,
that would be lovely. And who is that?
Miss Molina and Miss Silva, Dr. Silva.
Oh, very good. Do you all want to stand up and perhaps, would you like to go to the podium or do you want to do it from your seats?
We're going to do it from our seats.
Okay,
you don't
well,
mind.
let's recognize the three of you though, please.
So this is the 2024 proclamation of Hispanic Heritage Month in Kane County, Illinois. Whereas each year from September 15th to October 15th, the United States celebrates National Hispanic Heritage Month by recognizing the history, heritage, and contributions of Hispanic Americans whose ancestors came from Mexico, Spain, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas Kane County, Illinois honors the rich roots of Hispanic heritage and the many chapters generations of Hispanic Americans have added to our country's story. And
whereas the Hispanic or Latino population in Kane County, which makes up 32.5%, 168,609 of the county's overall population of 517,254 as of the 2022 census, has been integrated to growth and cultural enrichment of Kane County, Illinois. And whereas the Hispanic community in America has made significant advances in various fields, including law, religion, agriculture, art, music, education, politics, technology, architecture, cuisine, theater, and exploration. And
Whereas the Hispanic American community continues to leave a lasting mark on the governmental, cultural, and economic landscape of Kane County, enhancing society with diverse traditions, perspectives, and talents. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Kane County Board does hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month and encourage residents to learn about heritage, culture, and contributions of the Hispanic and Latino communities in our country and beyond. Passed by the Kane County Board on September 10th, 2024.
Thank you very much. And we're going to be giving this plaque to our representative from the Aurora Regional Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Karina Garcia. And Ms. Garcia, do you care to say a few words? Thank you.
Much for giving me the opportunity of receiving this plaque. It is an honor to represent our community, especially knowing that I didn't realize it was such a huge percentage in the Kane County. I was more familiar with the Aurora, but in the Kane County, it's amazing. So thank you so much. And I'm glad to see so many representation of our Latino community on your board. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And let me give you the plaque.
Yes. She didn't?
Norwegians don't get anything.
One of these things is not like the other.
I take.
I think she threw up in her mouth. Get up.
Madam Chair Gums. Do we move that?
We are now going to do Patriots Day. Ms. Gums.
Do we have to move the first one and vote on it?
I'm sorry.
The first one, I'll move the first one so we can vote on it? Or do we want to move them all?
Oh, no, we'll move them all together.
Okay, then I so move all three.
Oh, well, why don't we do all three first?
Okay.
Through the
Why
proclamation.
don't you do them one at a time?
Oh, well, okay. Let's do one at a time. So I believe we're taking a vote. We're going to be doing a voice vote on the proclamation of Hispanic. We already did that. No, did we actually vote?
No, Gums moved, but I didn't hear a second.
Roth will second.
Everyone's seconding. Okay,
I got Caius.
take the vote. Okay.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Oh, just, we can call the roll if you'd like, or we can just do voice vote. Voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
motion
1/3 of the
passed.
county. 1/3 of the county. That's
Interesting.
wonderful. All right. Now, Ms. Gums.
I will move the second proclamation and request a second.
Roth will second.
Thank you, Mr. Roth.
Do you want me to go up there? Or
You can, your choice, how you'd like to
I'll,
do.
I'll
this.
just read it from here. Thank
Okay.
you. I only ask that everybody, thank you all for participating today. And I would just ask one question while I read this and maybe recall how you felt several days after 9/11 as an American. Proclamation recognizing September 11, 2024 as Patriot Day, a day of remembrance in Kane County, Illinois. Whereas on September 11, 2001, terrorists launched an unprecedented and coordinated attack on the United States of America, resulting in the tragic loss of nearly 3,000 innocent lives in New York City, Washington, D.C., and Shanksville, Pennsylvania. And whereas in the days following the attacks, the nation united in mourning with a presidential proclamation declaring September 14, 2001 as a national day of prayer and remembrance for the victims. And subsequently, September 11th was designated as Patriot Day, a national day of service and remembrance. And whereas state and local governments, as well as the people of the United States, are encouraged to observe Patriot Day with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities, and to display the flag of the United States at half-staff in honor of those who lost their lives. And whereas this day provides an opportunity for all citizens to reflect on the resilience, courage, and unity that emerged from this tragedy and to participate in community service as a tribute to the heroes and victims of September 11, 2001. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Kane County Board does hereby proclaim September 11, 2024 as Patriot Day in Kane County and calls upon all citizens to observe a moment of silence at 8:46 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time in memory of the innocent victims of the attacks and to participate in acts of community service as a tribute to the spirit of unity and service that defines our nation. Passed by the Kane County Board on September 10th, 2024.
Thank you very much. I think this has a special meaning to many of us, particularly me this holiday, or this recognition of a very somber day. Is Mr. Zimmerman here? Is Jake here? Here he comes right now. Hi, Jake. Could you come up to the podium, please? And Jake, do you have information, because this is going to be presented to Sergeant Alan James Lynch. Do you have information on him? Could you share his background?
Sure thing. Mr. Lynch is a resident of Lake County, Illinois, and is a Medal of Honor recipient from the Vietnam War.
He is a Medal of Honor winner. If I may, I'd like to read a little bit about how he won that honor, because when I read this, Medal of Honor recipient is willing to sacrifice their entire life to rescue and to support the people that they are fighting with for the United States. So let me put on my readers. For conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity in action, the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty. Sergeant Lynch distinguished himself by serving as a radio telephone operator with Company D, while serving in the forward element on an operation near the village of Mayan. His unit became heavily engaged with a numerically superior enemy force. Quickly and accurately assessing the situation, Sergeant Lynch provided his commander with information which subsequently provided essential to the unit's successful action. Observing 3 wounded comrades lying exposed to enemy fire, Sergeant Lynch dashed across 50 meters of open ground through a withering hail of enemy fire to administer aid. Reconnoitering a nearby trench for a covered position to protect the wounded from intense hostile fire, he killed 2 enemy soldiers at point-blank range. With the trench cleared, he unhesitantly returned to the fire-swept area 3 times to carry the wounded men to safety. With his company, was forced to withdraw by the superior firepower of the enemy, Sergeant Lynch remained to aid his comrades at the risk of his life rather than abandon them. Alone, he defended his isolated position for 2 hours against the advancing enemy. Using only his rifle and a grenade, he stopped them just short of the trench, killing 5. Again, disregarding his safety in the face of withering hostile fire, he crossed 70 meters of exposed terrain 5 times to carry his wounded comrades to a more secure area. Once he had assured their comfort and safety, Sergeant Lynch located the counterattacking friendly company to assist in directing the attack and evacuating the 3 casualties. His gallantry at the risk of his life is the highest traditions of the military service. Sergeant Lynch has reflected great credit on himself, the 12th Cavalry, and the U.S. Army. And this was given to him and awarded to him by former President Nixon during the Vietnam War. So I'd like to ask, if I may, Mr. Zimmerman, all the veterans, just to give this man a salute on this very unique day. I am not a veteran. If you could stand and just salute all of our Medal of Honor winners. Thank you. Thank you. He deserves that tribute.
Jim's got a tie up.
Yeah, for Jake.
We're never getting out of here. Deep touch.
We have a motion and that, I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second.
Roth will make the motion.
Williams moves second.
No, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Could we just voice vote?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Heroes are amongst us, that is for sure. Okay, the reason why people like Sergeant Lynch went out to battle. Let's begin. Do we have a motion and a second? Do you want to?
Roth will make the motion.
Gums will second.
This is for Constitution and Citizenship Day and Constitution Week.
Okay, I'm going to invite up the AMVETs again to come with me, and Jake.
And do you have the proclamation?
I have the proclamation. Whereas September 17th, 2024 marks the 237th anniversary of the framing of the Constitution of the United States. And whereas pursuant to 36 USC 106A, the United States Congress has designated September 17th as Constitution Day and Citizens Day in the United States. And whereas the purpose of the Constitution and Citizenship Day is to commemorate the formation and signing on September 17th, 1787 of the Constitution of the United States, and to recognize all who by coming of age or by naturalization have become citizens of the United States. And whereas pursuant to 36 USC 106D, the United States Congress has urged the civil and education authorities of the states, counties, cities, and towns to make plans for the proper observations of Constitution and Citizenship Day, and for the complete instructions of citizens in their responsibilities and opportunities as citizens of the United States and localities in which they reside. Whereas pursuant to 36 USC 108, the President of the United States is requested to issue each year a proclamation that designates September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week, and invites the people of the United States to observe Constitution Week in schools, churches, and other suitable places with appropriate ceremonies and activities. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to the Constitution of the United States and its memorial anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations in Kane County that will commemorate it. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by this county board of the County of Kane, and thereby commence September 17th, 2024 as Constitution and Citizenship Day, and September 17th through September 23rd, 2024 as Constitution Week in Kane County. And it encourages all citizens to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution of the United States had in 1787 by protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, passed by this County Board of Kane County on September 10th, 2024.
Thank you. Thank you. All righty. And this is going to AMVETS.
Today.
I just want to thank Madam Chair and the whole county board for recognizing Constitution Day and week. Thank you for the wonderful plaque. And I just want to tell everybody here, county board and all the visitors, this Saturday, September 14th at 12 o'clock, we're going to have a celebration at the Boy Scout Center in St. Charles on Route 31. It's about 3 or 4 blocks north of Route 64. We have a guest speaker, David Shasokas. He's a constitutional scholar and attorney. He'll be our guest speaker. And after the celebration, everybody will be invited back to the St. Charles Veterans Center, where we're having a little cookout, hot dogs and brats and such, just to talk to each other,
So again, I just want to thank everybody, but I want to introduce a couple here. Where'd you go? And Andy, these two guys were the ones who started thinking out the event on Constitution Day. And Dwayne, do you remember what a little bit about our mission statement?
Very, very briefly, I want to thank you. I'm Colonel Dwayne Butel, 50-year resident of St. Charles. Very proud resident. I want to thank the board for your recognition and for your participation in doing this. In particular, Mr. Roth, who has really been behind us, supporting us with his time and his talents all along. And we certainly appreciate what the recognition we're getting today and what you've done. Just very briefly, I think everything has been covered very well by the invocation by your special guest, Mr. Roth. That was well said and well done. It's a special honor for us to be here. Also in recognition of our Medal of Honor winner, which we have had at our events before, a very special gentleman and very worthy of his awards, and his recognition by you is certainly appreciated by all the veterans. For your information, for the last 5 years, we have been recognizing the Constitution Week. This is our Constitution Week at our Veterans Center, and our 4 veterans organizations all celebrate it together. So we're having events throughout the week, and it culminates on Saturday with our events at Boy Scout Island, where you are all welcome to be there as we conclude our week of celebration for the Constitution. We started this organization 5 years ago in recognition of patriotism and support when the country was having some problems, and they continue to erode from both political parties. For your information, our military organization tries to maintain the long military traditions of being apolitical. We take no political stances. We just are all fellow patriots in supporting the Constitution of this country. And we really believe that the Constitution, the foundation for the last 200+ years, we all should be recognizing it. We need to keep it in our schools. We need to keep it in our communities. And what you're doing here today is furthering that. So we thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I've been asked to say something. One thing I've learned over the years is when I follow Dwayne, make it short. Because I can't, it's sort of like, okay, here's the afterthought. But as veterans, the Constitution is very special to us because just like all elected officials, we swear an oath. And I think every one of us here would say something like, it's an oath we take seriously for the rest of our lives. So that's all I'm going to say. And Dwayne said the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I'll be brief with my comments now. That's the end of our proclamations, and I don't know about you, but I had a couple tears in my eyes, tears of pride. Oh, we need to pass it. All in favor of passing Constitution Week proclamation? Aye.
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 Aye. I don't think that anybody's opposed. We also have some recognitions that I was unable to give at the opening of Long Meadow Parkway. And I'd like to just share those names of the people who assisted this board with acquiring the $30 million to pay down the toll, and to remind everybody that it actually, between the interest and the bond, it actually comes to $50 million is what we're saving our taxpayers. So I'd like to just quickly say their names. State Representative Suzanne Ness, Assistant Majority Leader Barbara Hernandez, Speaker of the House Chris Welch, Representatives Anna Moeller, Matt Hansen, Stephanie Kipowit, Maura Hirschauer, and from the Illinois Senate, a big thank you to Senator Christina Castro, Assistant Majority Leader Senator Linda Holmes, Senator Karina Villa, and of course, Senator Don DeWitt. I'd also like to give a thanks to Mark Van Kerkhoff from the Development Department and Tom Rickard for KDOT for their belief that we could get this done. And finally, I'd like to thank our former lobbyist who helped steward this and helped me get through all of this, Dan Showman, and Mark Paulus, the Executive Director of the Illinois, Indiana, Iowa Foundation for Fair Contracting, for helping me to guide through all of us, the labyrinth of Springfield politics. Together, we were all together helping to build a bridge, creating a safe passage to the other side for future generations. So if we could recognize them and send thanks to them, and do noted for allowing us to be able to pay down the Long Meadow Parkway Bridge. So thank you for that opportunity. All righty, let me get my minutes back. I see no appointments today. Do we have any committee updates? No, I'd like to go back to zoning petitions.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Sturgis,
Oh, we have a committee update? Yes, we
I do, ma'am.
All right.
We do have a packed agenda tomorrow that I am inviting anybody that would like to attend in person or dial in. One of the, a couple of the items are a bit unique. One of them is while this board has been supportive of the new sheriff's initiative in Aurora, we do have some issues trying to ensure that very unique establishment. And we need to discuss and walk our way through that. Anybody that would like to participate in that conversation, we would love to have you, but it is unique and it is a round, peg in a square hole sort of deal that we need to work our way through. Also, there will be a big conversation on MERP and the way we are approaching this as the county, and some additional information on merit increases as well as the external comp study. That's tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. at the Human Services Committee. Thank you.
Okay, very good. It'll be an active committee. Yes, Ms. Combs.
Madam Chair, Gums here. I do have just a note. Security Advisory Committee is looking for a date for a meeting. So that should be coming shortly. And then on the legislative front, Congress returned yesterday in Washington, D.C. The House has passed all 12 appropriations bills. The Senate passed 11 of 12. However, we can expect that there'll be a continuing resolution as opposed to a budget answer. The fiscal year ends September 30th, and I don't know how long that will last. But I think that's pretty much it.
And Ms. Combs, do you want to recognize the recent grant that we received for the 1 point?
Well, I think on the those will have to wait.
Okay.
So the earmark questions, those earmarks. So we have gotten a lot of earmark. We call them earmarks, but they're directed spending by our government in DC, any old way. $5-6 million worth of projects, perhaps. That has to get, however, through the appropriations process, and with the continued resolution, it might be on hold until we can get an actual budget through. So, and that will likely happen after November. So, but yes, God willing, we'll get all of those projects done, and I applaud our team for doing that.
Absolutely. All good news to help the taxpayers of Kane County. All right. So now we have some zoning petitions. Mr. Van Kerkhoff and Mr. Ford, are you ready?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first petition is petition number 4637. The petitioner is Lindsay Rolston Trust. Location is 14 North 511 Gulzman Road. It's in Hampshire Township. The proposed is a rezoning from F District Farming to F1 District Rural Residential on the southwest portion of the property to allow an existing home to be split off for the remaining property. The 2040 plan is agricultural. Zoning board approved with the following, those two recommendations, two stipulations. And I believe this is in District 9 with the Doherty's district. With that, I move this one.
Kenyon would like to second that.
Thank you, Mr. Kenyon. All right, are there any questions on this? Seeing none, Mr. Ford? Call the roll?
Yes.
Okay, could you please call the roll?
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes. Berman?
yes.
Doherty?
Davis,
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal?
Yes.
Juby,
Juby,
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Doherty, yes.
okay, let me get Mr. Doherty. Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes.
All right. Our second petition is 4638. The petitioner is Arnold Girth, Trust 101, location is 45 West 100 IC Trail. This is in Virgil Township also. The proposed is rezoning from F Farming District to F1 District Rural Residential to allow existing format to be split off from the remaining farmland. This is agricultural from 2040 plan. Zoning board approved with two stipulations. So with that, and this is in District 18, which is Board Member Williams' district. So I'll move it if you'd like to.
I'll second.
All right.
All right, thank you. Any questions on this? Seeing none, Mr. Ford, you ready for the vote?
Yes.
Yes. Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis is not here. Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby,
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Thank you. Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. That passes.
Davis, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Okay.
All right. So our last petition, number 3, is 4639. This is petitioner, Quality Real Estate Investors LLC. Location is the northwest corner of Dietrich and Briar Hill Road. This is also in Hampshire District, Hampshire Township, Proposed is special use in the F Farming District for a solar facility. The 2040 plan is a resource management proposal for open space. Objectors is a Village of Hampshire. And I guess that objection may be withdrawn. We don't, I guess we'll find out today. Zoning board actually has recommended stipulations of actually 13, but there's been a 14th one added to our added in. So that is, the petitioner will obtain necessary permits from Hampshire Township for temporary and final access per section 25-5-4-8, item 9 of the Community Solar Energy Facility Ordinance. A financial assurance will be required via a road use agreement coordinate with the Hampshire Township Highway Commissioner regarding highway bond to cover potential roadway damage. This is actually in District 9 again. With Doherty, I'll move it if he wants to second it.
Thank you, I will.
Mr. Doherty seconded.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Are the objectors and the petitioners here?
Could we put the map up?
Oh, can we put the map up?
Maybe.
Maybe, maybe not. His name for the record. Yeah.
All right, since the objector is not here, which is Village of Hampshire, is that correct? Mr. Ford? I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
the objector is the Village of Hampshire, which, is that correct?
Yes.
May I
I
make a
think Mark will.
comment on that? We actually got a letter from them saying that they did not object any further.
Oh, and I'm sorry, you need to introduce yourself, please.
Hi, sorry. My name's Tom Ryan. I'm a project developer for New Leaf Energy, who's been working on this solar project on Dietrich Road.
Okay, thank you. So we have several questions. I believe, Mr. Tepe, your hand was up.
Yes, my concern was, do we pass this with the consideration that they provide proof of satisfying these objections to our development department? Is that right, Mr. Ford?
But, Mark, are you here?
Yeah, there
Why
he
don't you help us through this? I always need your guidance.
Certainly. Mark Van Kerkhoff, Director of Development. Mr. Tepe, in answer to your question, in terms of the recommended conditions and guarantee stipulations included in the packet, those would be passed with the motion that's made if this were to be approved. As to the objection, this is a special use in the F district, so the formal objection process that a municipality can follow does not apply to a special use. They had initially sent a letter voicing their concern that this is an area that they had planned for warehousing and commercial uses. My understanding was that the village administrator in discussions with the petitioner had dropped that objection based on the fact that this is sort of in the far east portion of that, and this is about a 30-year temporary land use with the solar panels. I'll let the petitioner address their interactions with the village more concretely, but did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
All righty, please.
Yeah, so originally the letter of objection came from MoCon about the reason, as Mark said, that in the comprehensive plan, the zoning was to be for a business park. And then after speaking with Jay Hedges and MoCon, having them understand that this is really a temporary use of the land and it probably would not become a business park within the next 20 to 40 years, that this would work out as long as we decommission all of the solar panels from the property at the time of the end of our lease.
And do we have a copy of that letter?
I believe Mark does. If not, I can send it over to anybody on the board.
Okay, I think Mr. Ford.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Could you acclimate me? I'm not familiar with it. Is this west of Route 47?
This would be, let's see, do we have
It's like it's north of 90.
East? I believe it's east.
It's east of 47. I don't know why I'm mentally I'm struggling with this.
We've wondered that for a long time, Cliff.
No, it's a conundrum.
It is west of 47.
West of-
The residential you see to the east of here, that's in Huntley, that's Del Webb
Got it.
community.
Then
So
Mark, my second question might be, it looks like that's a wet pond there. Will the solar panels be both sides of the pond, just to
could
the west?
you advance it a couple more slides? I think you'll get to the
Slide
site
51.
There you go. There's the layout. So yes.
I think that we're gonna be floating.
And that's not going to impact the wetlands then, Mr. Ford?
No, it doesn't. There's no way they could have in any way because it doesn't allow it to.
Okay,
State
just
statute.
confirmation.
Yes.
All right, any other questions?
Do we
Madam Chairman,
Ms. Chuby.
Allen.
Yes, Ms. Chuby. And Ms. Allen, you'll be next.
Thanks.
So I just had a comment. I would much rather see a solar field there than warehouse, because if I am reading this correctly, a large portion of this area is considered prime farmland, and some of it even has some statewide importance. So I'm a little disappointed after I learned how the LISA scores are created, that we're still using them, because I feel that they're not looking at the same things that we look at. They're looking at things like, is it next to something historic, things like that. So I'm actually going to say, I'm glad you guys are putting a solar farm on there instead of us losing more prime farmland, and hopefully in 30 years or 38 or whatever, they'll reconsider and have it go back to food for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Allen?
We could move the slides forward one more, please.
Deb, could you please speak a little closer to your microphone? Your voice is a little fuzzy.
Thank you. Is that any better? Normally I'm way too loud.
No, it's not much better.
He said, please move the slide forward one slide. There.
There you go.
And one more.
And one more.
One more, please. That
And
it?
There's one that shows the vegetation, and I just wanted to compliment this developer and family for protecting all of that water and all of that landscaping, all of the tree lines that are already there. We don't usually see that, and I think that's a real credit to this project. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that. All right, any other questions? Seeing none, Mr. Ford, are we ready to take the vote?
We are, thank you.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Ellen,
Allen, aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, yes.
Davis,
That was yes.
Ford,
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
All yes.
Chuby,
Aye.
Kenyon, Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges,
Yes.
Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, very good. All right, we're going back now to our public comments.
Okay,
I'll give you this list when I'm done.
she printed that out.
That's fun.
All right, we have 15 speakers who are signed up today. So we will be using our entire 45 minutes, so the board is aware. Speakers, remind you that you'll be called on and off agenda. They are blended. So if you could let us know if you're speaking on or off agenda before you begin. You'll each be given 3 minutes to speak. And I will be calling from the individuals who registered online, as well as blending those with the speakers who came in today to speak as well. So the first speaker will be Hugo Salatarella.
Good morning. We're going to be speaking on agenda item.
And please say your name first.
Hugo Salagerald, the Executive Director of VSW in Batavia. I'm here with my colleagues here. We're going to be speaking on Resolution 24-349. So I'm going to let them speak first. We're going to go.
Hugo, what do the initials stand for?
Valley Sheltered Workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mitch, then Stephen, and then Mike. We're going to squeeze it in.
My name is Steven Mastel. I work for the Valley Shelter Workshop in Batavia. We are a very important group of people that we help people that have special needs, and we give them jobs that help them make sure that they are very helpful to themselves and everybody else. And they do an incredible job. And thank you, and God bless America.
I don't know if I'm gonna follow up to that. My name is Mitch. I work at a Flying Shelter workshop myself. I've been doing for 14 years. And basically what Stephen said, I mean, we just help people with disabilities, give them free will to have a job and everything. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Kane County Board. I'm Mike Backer. I'm the coordinator for community partnerships at VSW. At VSW, we're committed to serving some of the most vulnerable members of our community, adults with disabilities facing significant barriers to accessing meaningful opportunities. For decades, VSW has been a vital lifeline, providing a safe and supportive environment where our participants can build skills, foster connections, and find purpose. We believe that every individual, regardless of their abilities, deserves the opportunity to contribute and belong. Our programming is unmatched in terms of effectiveness and value. We offer a cost-efficient model that delivers exceptional mental health benefits and personal growth for our partners. Importantly, our services are entirely free to the guardians and parents, ensuring that families are not burdened by additional costs. This allows working families to continue their daily lives knowing their loved ones are in a nurturing environment that promotes well-being and independence. However, like many organizations, VSW was deeply affected financially by the impact of COVID-19. During the pandemic, our income significantly decreased, while operational costs remained high. Despite these challenges, we continued on. That financial strain has left us with challenges, certainly, but we've continued to come back and support and invest in.
Time is up.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity.
Okay,
Have a
thank
great day.
The next speaker is Austin Dempsey.
Good morning, Austin Dempsey speaking on an on-agenda item. I'd like to I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for the proclamations, the 3 proclamations that you made today. As a Kane County resident, I'm thrilled that our leadership recognizes and celebrates the importance of these items and stands behind them for all Kane County residents, both now and in the future. I'm here today to speak on another patriotic initiative, and I'm here to ask for your support of Resolution 24-377, supporting a grant for the Flag Day Monument in Kane County. For more than 200 years, the American flag has been a proud symbol of our people and the values for which we stand. In a new world, it stood as a beacon of promise and possibility. In dawn's early light, it offered a glimmer of hope as the fate of our young nation was decided. And after the Civil War that divided our union, the Star-Spangled Banner once again united our people. As courageous men and women marched and protested to broaden our democracy's reach and secure their civil rights, they carried the American flag with them, understanding the enormous potential it embodied. It is because of an unbroken chain of heroes who have served in our armed forces and worn the flag that they defend that Old Glory still waves over the land of the free and the home of the brave. According to recent studies, nearly 40% of veterans struggle with mental health or substance use. In 2021, nearly 6,400 veterans across the country lost their life to suicide. That's nearly 20 per day. Last week at the committee meeting, I spoke of my encounter right here in Kane County at the Flag Day Monument site with an Iraq war vet who tearfully shared his story of loss of a friend who had served overseas with him. He told me that his friend had lost hope, had lost perspective on what his service meant, and was lonely. Lonely right here in Kane County. That Army vet told me that had his friend had an opportunity to see the monument, he may still be with us today, because that Army vet was finding that monument to be a place of healing and of solace. The mental health and well-being of all Kane County residents is important. There are nearly 20,000 veterans in Kane County, some of which who are with us here today. If nearly 40% of them are struggling with mental health or substance use, which is the national average, then right here in Kane County, we could have 8,000 Kane County veterans, our residents, our neighbors, our friends, our families struggling. This monument provides an open, safe outdoor space for veterans and all Kane County residents to gather, provide an opportunity for healing, discussion, and unity around the great symbol of our nation, our flag. From the battlefields of the revolution to the attacks on 9/11, and certainly through the COVID-19 global pandemic, our flag has been a symbol of unity and hope. While the problems of today and tomorrow may be vastly different than what we have faced in the past, our opportunity to unite around our flag remains the same. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Susan Webb Kemick.
For the short people here. Good morning. As a resident who's followed the Kane County Board.
We need to say your name, please.
I'm sorry, Susan Webb Kemick. As a resident who's followed the Kane County Board meetings, I've noticed that the process does not allow for counterpoints when falsehoods, half-truths, and distortions are presented. Countywide decisions are often complicated and go from committee to committee before passing. Chairwoman Parag cannot wave a magic wand to get what she wants. So I'm here today to correct some of the falsehoods and distortions. Corinne Parag is the obvious target of a group of unhappy citizens, but their complaints are unfair because what they accuse her of is either not in her control or absolutely false. Allowing undocumented individuals to vote. We have a very strong, secure election process with checks and balances. So how is that possible? How can Chairman Parag be responsible for something that doesn't exist? It's a non-issue. Providing housing or temporary shelter for immigrants. This is not happening, as she has stated over and over, and is a charge without merit. Sanctuary County, a phrase coined during the Rauner years with the Trust Act. Again, she has no decision-making power or any legislative authority whatsoever. Receiving donations from the blackjack business owner in Kane County is a true statement. However, this man has donated to other Kane County elected officials, a judge, our own state's attorney, and a mayor, just to name a few. This man has the right to free speech and to donate to whomever he wants. So why is Corinne the only one targeted for this charge? The freedom of speech zone that became a recent contentious issue was neither Corinne's idea nor her decision. When officials provided a clear explanation of what this was about, the complainers could only say that they don't believe it. Well, believe it. What expenses have not gone up in 14 years? The average car price from 2010 to now, $29,000 to $48,000 in 14 years. When someone recently said, just because there hasn't been an increase in taxes doesn't mean there should be one now. What a ludicrous comment. And all the while you expect the safety and services that you have come to expect. And how do you pay for that? Furthermore, a sales tax isn't paid exclusively by the citizens of Kane County. People traveling through our county support this revenue with purchases. So this is a very smart way to increase needed funding. All the good things that had happened under Chairwoman Parag's watch seem to be totally ignored by this group of complainers. The solar fields will save $250,000 a year for the next 10 years. Removing the Long Meadow Parkway toll will save all Kane County taxpayers $50 million in bond payments. The many things the board has done to save the county and taxpayers' money are never mentioned. I appreciate the many accomplishments by this board and their genuine concern for a healthy community. The projects that have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars and the decisions made to protect our residents and community are just a beginning. Instead of continuing to do good things for Kane County, the board has to spend valuable time listening to non-issue complaints. And the complainers want to install Lance Bell. This man's report card is horrible, having been in court 3 times this year for questionable business practices and bankruptcy. And there is more. Is this who you want leading this county? I think not. Stop the fear-mongering, get the facts, and stop wasting everyone's time. Thank you for your time.
Oh, he was smiling the whole time.
Mr. Lynch was going to speak, but as referenced before, he has a health-related issue. Is there a speaker who'd like to come up on his behalf? Mr. Lynch did submit a letter.
Good morning. My name is Amy Larson, and I am here to speak on behalf of Sergeant Ellen Lynch, Medal of Honor recipient. on an agenda item. He did submit a letter to Madam Chair, which I would like to share with you today. Madam Chair, I apologize for not being able to attend this meeting in person, but I had an unexpected medical appointment arise. I was planning to come and speak on behalf of the resolution to support the Fox Valley Patriotic Association and the Flag Day Monument. The initiative to build the monument has been widely followed by veterans across the Midwest. I have visited the monument on several occasions and can attest to the transformational power of this project for veterans of all ages to have a safe, open space to calmly reflect on their service to our great nation and the impact that each generation of Americans has had to build a better future. These moments with my fellow veterans have provided untold healing opportunities for our mental health and truly helped to put in context that we are not alone, not abandoned, but in fact, part of something that generations of Americans have fought, died, and sacrificed for. We are all part of a democracy that, while not perfect, is ours as Americans. I understand that the COVID-19 pandemic provided significant challenges in the construction of this monument. In spite of that adversity, the monument stands here today in Kane County as an attraction for tourism, veterans, and first responders. I could not think of a better example of our American ideals than the perseverance of this project during a global pandemic. While not able to attend this meeting in person, I do plan on coming to visit on my next trip to the area. I have been a guest at the monument for a few tour groups that have come to visit this incredible site in the heart of Kane County. I hope that you and the county board members will support this resolution to fund the monument project so it may continue to provide a healthy space for veterans, seniors, and Americans to gather and reflect on being part of this great nation. Sincerely, Alan J. Lynch. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Michelle Bettek.
You waited all this time for this. Thank God she's here now.
Hi, Michelle Beteg, St. Charles. As the previous speaker mentioned, 88% of county spending in the last 4 years under Karine Parag's term is mind-blowing. 88% increase in spending. Meanwhile, Kane County citizens are experiencing the highest inflation in history, high unemployment, highest credit score or highest credit balances in history, job loss, 1 million jobs lost from American citizens was the last report. Geneva, 3rd Street is a ghost town. I've asked this 3-4 times now for the county boards to go down Geneva and talk to shop owners and see how they're feeling right now and the pressures that they're feeling. Kane County has gone from services in 2020, the contractual services in 2020 to 9.9 to 2024, 17.4 million. This would explain a lot of the union donations that are being given from unions outside of our country, our county. Even though it's not illegal, right? The Democrats are receiving a lot of union money outside of our county. Maybe some citizens are fine with that. I don't feel like I'm fine with it. One of the biggest successes that you're claiming to was the open bidder ordinance. And in that regard, the increase of prices with services are astronomical. This would all come under pay to play, in my opinion. I'm noticing tomorrow, the administrative meeting, we now are back to talking to the $750,000 study that we are talking about making a new government campus. Now, we're talking about 50 million shortage, and we're talking about more projects under Karine Parag's authority that need to be done before hopefully she leaves office. I think to myself, what's going on here? People are suffering. You know, all the
this isn't a party issue, but the Democrats always are worried about the minorities, worried about the low income, worried about all this and that. And in the same breath, they're charging them more and more all the time. We pay the highest taxes in the country. People are being scraped to death by just everyday living. And it's unfortunate to see that, we have all these people in Elgin, all these kids are being flushed into the system that are illegal alien kids that are taking away from the citizens of these communities. I don't know. I think that there is some moral standing here where we have to ask ourselves, is it okay to take money from, say, blackjacks? Is it okay to take money from unions?
Thank you.
Travel expenses
your
are
time is up, ma'am.
astronomical. The Wall Street Journal is saying that we have the highest amount of illegals.
Off, ma'am. Next speaker is Brenda Engelhardt.
Hello, my name is Brenda Engelhardt, and I'm a 27-year resident of St. Charles. My purpose is to address false claims of poor election integrity in Illinois and Kane County. And first of all, Madam Chair, thank you for letting me be here, as well as the board members. There is a claim that has been made and publicized by the Heritage Foundation. They gave Illinois a rating of 47 out of 50 on election integrity. It's worried me. So I did what I teach my sixth graders to do, which is to go find out about media bias. Any source that you look at, you have to see that that source is trustworthy. And what I taught my kids is there's actually a source called Media Bias Checker. It's a third-party source that you can go in and find out just who's telling you the truth. And what I found out about the Heritage Foundation is that those reports are highly biased. It's a conservative foundation, and that's okay. It's okay to be a conservative. It's not okay to have mixed facts with lies and sensationalized language. That's not a very trustworthy site. I went to the Brennan Center for Justice to find out about Illinois' election integrity and found that it is quite strong, along with our other states. The election integrity, I wanted to find out specifically about Kane County, about the voting machines that are new. They have gone through their trial with the primaries. They were successful. The voting machines are, you can actually go in and have somebody do a demonstration. There were demonstrations in July. What I'd like to say and end with is that our election integrity in Illinois and Kane County is sound. And any claims or falsehoods are brought by people that are trying to fearmonger. That's called bullying, and we don't do that. So thank you to all the officials, the election officials that are keeping us, that are going to make us have safe and accurate elections. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Brieswitz.
Hi, Steve Brieswitz. I'm from St. Charles. Thank you, Madam Chair and county board members for giving me this opportunity to say my piece. I'm not a particularly good fan of paying money out of my pocket for my taxes any more than anybody else. But property taxes, which we just paid, is particularly complicated. While the taxes are paid to Kane County, they're actually being paid through Kane County. Your taxes that you pay to Kane County Treasurer Chris Lawson doesn't go to his pocket. It doesn't go to Kane County. A small portion goes to Kane County, only something in the neighborhood of 10%. The rest goes to your school, your fire department, your park service, and all the other services. And our county and municipal governments all rely on this. And I live in Kane County because it's a beautiful place to live. We have a lot of services. It's the basis for all of our economy, all of our society stands on all the things that they do. As far as the county goes, they keep track of who owns what property, who's married to who. They run the judiciary for the entire county.
there's no municipal judiciary. It's all done by the county. There's a lot of things that go into it, and I'm more than willing to pay my taxes, and I'm here in support of the sales tax referendum going on the ballot. I think that's a good thing. When I did pay my sales tax, I had received a flyer accusing this board of raising my property taxes, and all my property taxes were a result of that, when I know for a fact that this board has not raised property taxes in at least the last 4 years. And I believe it's much longer than that. I hate being lied to. It was a political stunt, and I didn't appreciate that. And again, I want to say that I'm here to support the board's putting the 1% sales tax. We need to pay for our government. It may not be the most important thing coming out of my pocket, but everything that goes into my pocket is a result of the fact that government sets up society and the economy for all the people. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker will be Mark Adaman. Mark, are you here? Mark, are you online? All right, Brian Anderson.
I think they ever have.
Good morning, Brian Anderson, Sugar Grove, Illinois. Two brief issues today. The first is the legislative resolution 24-363. I'm hoping that during the discussion, the chair of the legislative committee will talk about that. We've been talking to some legislators in Springfield, and I thought, and I stand corrected, I thought that as of last week, that hadn't even passed yet. So I'm a little curious why it would be on the agenda if it hasn't passed yet. The main reason I'm here is for resolution 23380, the Specialty County Retailers Occupation Tax. We had this conversation in April, and you had the opportunity in April to put the referendum on this November 5th ballot, and the board voted it down. Things have gotten a lot worse since then, ladies and gentlemen. Household debt right now is 17 trillion going into the second quarter of this year. Mortgage originations remain super low. Americans have amassed a mountain of credit card debt, and we could talk about that for hours, but that's 1.42 trillion right now because they're struggling with everyday expenses. This is hot off the press, September 9th. Big Lots, established in 1967, they've just filed for bankruptcy, almost 1,400 stores. The retail industry is going through super tough times right now. I could spend the next 20 minutes talking about the almost 3,300 brick and mortar retailers that are closing as we speak. That's a 24% increase from this time last year. So I share this data with everybody because I know you're wrestling with very tough decisions. But putting this referendum on as inflation is skyrocketing, and our own labor department just came out and said, hey, hang on a second here, Hank. 818,000 jobs were overbooked. That's not the case. So there's a lot less jobs. There's a lot more inflation. Things are not looking good. Businesses are closing. I could spend a lot of time talking about that, but I'm going to leave you with this. As you wrestle with the tough decisions, I don't think it's prudent to put that on the ballot because we're heading into places that are not good. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carol Quint. Carol?
Morning. My name is Carol Quant, and I would like to address the Dietrich Solar Farm. Number one, as the owner of the property, I feel this is the highest and best use of the land. Also, I would like to thank you for your positive vote because you are allowing me to make this world a better place by putting in a solar farm. And New Leaf has already gone over and you've received the reasons that I feel for that. And the last thing I would like to do as a former social studies teacher of 20 plus years, I would like to thank you for your service on the Kane County Board. It's people like you that make this county and this country run in the manner that it should. I want you to know that you are appreciated and your service is much appreciated. Thank you.
Jeannie Meyer.
Hello, Janine Mayer, Elburn. I did state earlier, I'm a financial planner for the last 44 years, and I'm addressing the increase in taxes, which someone was just up here and is for it, even though it says it is complex. Well, there's a few things that are not complex about this. In 2020, the budget, the spending, the expenses was $65 million. 4 years later, 2024, the budget is $118 million, 88% increase. This is so astronomical. I can't even, I'm so glad again you brought this up. I never looked in depth at these numbers. So you have an 88% increase. And I can't believe you're actually asking for an increase of 50 million more. 50 million and 118 million. And you used to just have expenses 4 years ago of 65 million. What is going on here? Where is the spending since this madam has been in here and increasing all? So I had a chance just to look at some few of the numbers. I really want to investigate these further with the finance department. But the biggest one is the personnel services, salaries and wages. 2020, 41 million. Today, double, 78 million. But the population has decreased. But we need to spend twice as much on employees. What is going on here? This is, I mean, I'm shocked that you would even bring this up and want to bring this to vote when people are already hurting in our county personally, businesses are hurting personally, and you're asking for more money to waste when the population is decreasing. We will definitely vote no on this.
Our next speaker is Frank Esposito.
Good morning, everyone. Frank Esposito, St. Charles. A few items on the agenda that I'd like to address. Resolution 24-354, which indicated that there, if I'm reading it correctly, a $28 million budget shortfall. Some of you have run businesses and know what a business has to do to stay alive. Keep expenses as down as much as possible and generate as much revenue as possible. For 20 years, I had a business, Minuteman Press, a franchise printing company. And my partner and I had a little game that we played. It was called Rocks in the Box. Okay. The rocks coming into the box was the revenue. Rocks going out was the expenses. And we had to be sure that we had some rocks left at the end of the month in the box. It wasn't easy at times, but we were able to work our tails off, and we became the second largest Minuteman Press franchise in the state of Illinois. We were only beat by the franchise in Naperville, which happened to be the largest in the country. But we kept working at it. Then I'd like to address ordinance 24-378, seemingly an across the board increase of 2.5% for everyone. A few times during those 20 years I talked about, my partner and I, it was tough. So we didn't give ourselves raises. Actually, we took less money sometimes when we had to keep the business going. And if you've ever been in a business, you know what that feels like. I want to share an example with my wife who worked for the YWCA, which is a social service organization these days. They rely on federal, state, and donations to operate. At times, funds were cut, so she and the other staff members went 3 years without increases. Sometimes you have to tighten your belt to get through situations, especially with the economy that we're in right now. I'd like to talk about Resolution 24-371, which is the engineering agreement with BLA. I'll cut to the chase. $4 million. I don't see that went out for bid. There are other items on this agenda that says the lowest bidder was accepted. I don't know what's entailed in this, why that didn't go out for bid. Excuse me. And finally, 24-380, which is the proposed sales tax increase of 0.75%. I think everything was said before about that. Thank you.
Sir. We have 2 more speakers. The next one is Kate Green.
Hello, thank you. I'm here to speak, Kate Green. I'm here to speak about the Constitution and Citizenship Day. First, I think I need to address why I do not stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, that flag with the gold trim around it, is a captured American flag, surrounded and captured by Britain, doing business as mainly the Bar Association, British Accreditation Association. The pledge itself was written by a Christian socialist. So I don't pledge to anybody or anything except my creator, which the pastor I think mentioned up here before. Anybody else can do what they want. I don't care. As far as there's a wise man quote, there are none so blind, none are so hopelessly enslaved as those who falsely believe they are free. To the Constitution and citizenship, the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which we're talking about today. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, which means subjects to the United States, are citizens of the United States and to the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, and so on. According to Title 28, if you look up Title 28 of the United States Code, it defines what is the United States. The United States, A, is a federal corporation. United States citizens, people are proud to be a United States citizen. United States citizens are subjects to a corporation. They are slaves to the corporation, British slaves. I am not a slave. I am a free woman. I'm an American state national. I'm not a sovereign citizen. I repudiated my US citizenship a few years ago because the activities of this corporation of the United States, are repugnant to everything I value, to everything I hold dear. I cannot participate and be a part of such a corporation. The County of Kane is also a corporation. According to Dun & Bradstreet, the corporation number of the County of Kane right here is 0100221786. You're gonna look it up. I'm not making this up. Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch has a new book out called Overruled: The Human Toll of Too Much Law. Reason why they say citizenship. What does a ship have to do with it? It's admiralty law. It's not common law.
Thank
The
you. Your
Constitution
time
is
is up,
common
ma'am.
law.
Thank you.
For the third and last time, please dissolve this corporation and resign. Thank you.
We have two more. She's certified. We have, my mistake, we have two more speakers. Cecilia Brooks, is it? There you go, Cecilia. She works.
Good morning, Kane County. It is my pleasure to be here today again. My name is Cecilia Brooks, and I reside in Elgin of Kane County. I am honored to be speaking in front of you on behalf of the residents of Kane County and the citizens that reside in that county. So today I come before you to address the issues of taxpayer dollars and where our taxpayer dollars are going. So I am here to encourage the transparency from the Kane County Board here that sits in front of me, and to encourage that transparency for the residents, for these taxpayers. I have questions about where our taxpayer dollars are going. I believe resolution 24-383, 384, and 385, I would like transparency on. I would like to know what personal expenses were being spent. I would like to know where that money was going, and I would like itemized receipts. And I believe that transparency in the face of these residents is most important. I think that it is your duty, and it should be your honor and privilege to be serving us, because you are elected to serve the people in which you represent. And so I come before you to encourage the use of transparency and to open communication and dialogue with yourselves and the residents in which you represent. So today, after that being said, I would like to not only encourage the use of this transparency, but to ask questions. I think that it is important as residents of this county to know and to understand, if we are paying these taxes, where is that money going? Because I think that one of the issues prior that was being spoken about at the last meeting in the executive committee meeting, I think that the use of the free speech zone, for example, was a prime example of a kind of a waste of taxpayer dollars. How much money did that go, and why was that an issue? I heard earlier today that there was someone who came up here speaking about non-issues. I mean, I think that is a loaded term in itself, if you will. And I think that it's important to not only discredit things that we not only disagree with, but to open that dialogue. So I would highly discourage people to come up here and speak about how one side or the other is speaking non-truths. I think that it is so important to, like I said, have that transparency, and it is your duty as elected officials on this board to the residents in which you represent. So I highly encourage that, and I hope that with this message, you will continue to do that and actually open these dialogues. I think that it is most important for us to hear as residents what is going on, to be involved in our county and in our upcoming election. So I'm excited to see what is coming in November, and I hope for a positive change. Thank you, and with that, I yield my time. God bless America.
Lori Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Lori Baker, President and CEO of the Association for Individual Development. And I'm coming today to thank you for the ARPA funds that have been able to be distributed by you as a group across Kane County, which I'm sure has inflated your budget over time and will be quickly going away, but they've been put to good use. When I came and spoke to you last, you approved some funds for AID that we didn't know what the amounts were that will allow us to improve our electronic health records using actually artificial intelligence to be able to relieve paperwork burdens so that we can support more people by our clinicians and our counselors, and also will allow us to expand our child and adolescent services across the northern part of Kane County, as we've been able to do in the southern part of Kane County. As you know, we have brought millions to the county in order to build out and expand crisis care services across Kane County. We spoke to you, I think at the ARPA meeting, which, you know, many of you may not have been at, about our expanded services. And I just ask you, you have big decisions to make. You have lots of important things to give money to. So just consider how you can continue to support mental health needs of the residents of Kane County. We have more than 600 employees at AID and support thousands of clients that live, work, and play in Kane County, spending their money here and spending tax dollars as well. So I'm not going to continue to ask for anything in addition to throw a wrench in your plans and the way that you have things decided. But I am going to say that I would like for you to continue to think about, after the ARPA dollars are gone, how we're going to continue to expand access for really needed mental health services across our county. We are all, I think, on the social service side, doing our part to try to bring in resources from other local, state, and federal resources in order to meet the need that has been so exacerbated by COVID that affects our children, our seniors, our veterans, and all of the citizens of Kane County. So again, I want to thank you for the very difficult job that you have in making all these very complicated decisions, right? And doing what you think is best for the people of Kane County. Thank you for getting ARPA money out the door that has helped us all to meet needs, but those needs continue to grow and we all have waiting lists, et cetera. So just think about ways that you can continue to build on the good work that you've done in providing resources for mental health services. And thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, that does conclude our public comments. I'd like to thank all the speakers for your time today and sharing with us your thoughts about Kane County and your concerns and needs. All right. Let me get my notes together here. We are moving on to our consent agenda, ladies and gentlemen. Would anyone like to pull something off of the consent or omnibus agenda? Okay, we'll just go down the line. Ms. Gums.
Thank you. 24-342. At 24-343.
Okay, hold on. I'm catching up with you.
I'll go slow.
Okay, so that was 342. And the next one?
24-343.
And he's sleeping.
Okay, is there another?
Oh, yes. 24-344.
All right.
24-345.
Okay.
Two more. 24-346.
Okay.
And lastly, 24-363.
363.
That would be expensive.
63. All right. Thank you. Ms. Lewis.
Nope.
I'd like to pull 24-351. 361.
51 or 361?
361.
361.
361.
Change your mind.
All right. And is
Oh,
that?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. 351. Oh my gosh. I can have more coffee. 351.
Just scribble that off.
I don't care what you did. I don't care. I don't care.
It's getting very messy.
Scratch it off. Is there anything else, Ms. Lewis? Okay, yes. Yes, Mr. Berman.
Yes, Berman, I'd like to remove resolution 24-354.
354.
Did I get your drift?
Okay. Anything else?
You weren't gonna be
Mr.
here.
Berman, is that it? Is that the only one?
That's the only one that I can.
Okay, anybody else on this side? No? Okay, let's go down the road. Mr. Tarver.
Can't do it if you're not gonna be here.
I would like to remove resolution 24-349.
349.
Jared.
Okay, yes. Yes, Ms. Juby.
I would like to remove 24-355.
All right. Anybody else? Oh, yes, Mr. Tarver.
I'm sorry. I would like to also remove 24-365.
365.
Oh my God. It's Kane now too.
Madam Chairman, this is Alan.
Yes, Miss Allen.
Thanks for your help. I'm having some computer problems here. Could you identify for me the riverboat resolution? And could we pull that one, please?
Riverboat, Mr. Cup.
352.
352.
Thank you.
There it is right there. Thank you. Thank you both.
Madam Chair, did 354 get pulled?
Yes. Did.
Okay, thank you.
354 was pulled by Mr. Berman.
Berman.
All right. We're going to have a long, lengthy off consent agenda. So after, if I may suggest, after we do this, we could take a few minutes for a break after we pass. Okay.
It's only noon, why?
You gotta go, you gotta go.
Brady. All right, are you ready? May I have a motion and a second to pass the consent agenda or omnibus agenda, removing item number 24342, 24343, 24344, 24345, 24346, 24349, 24351, 24352, 24354, 24355, 24363, 24366, 65. All righty. Okay, 24365 and
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
I think that's the last one.
that is the last one.
So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion that we approve a partial consent agenda with those removed.
Okay.
Sanchez seconds.
Thank you. All right, clerk, could you please call the roll?
Ellen. Ellen, I.
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Burn, yes.
Doherty? I can't hear you. Mr. Doherty, can I get your vote, please?
Doherty's yes.
Thank you. Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
okay, Lewis, Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina, Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Silva, yes.
excuse me, Strathman, Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
That passes. Okay, it passes. All right, let's get convened back at 12:05. I think that should give everybody ample time. I need a motion.
Just right now.
Correct? Do I have your agreement?
Molina moves.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Okay, very good. We'll see you in a few minutes.
size, this, everybody will be out of work though.
All right.
Can't eat pretzels and grapes.
Are we ready to go?
They are, they,
Is it against the law? You ready?
well, it's against the law of nature.
Did not know. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in session. Clerk, could you please call the roll? Okay. Ellen.
Present remote.
Bates. Berman.
Burns here.
Doherty.
Doherty here.
Thank you. Davis.
Davis here.
Mr. Ford.
Ford, sure.
Gums.
Comes here.
Iqbal.
Baseball president. Did you go get another one?
Ms. Juby.
Juby here.
I'll give you that. Yes.
Kurt. Bill, are you here?
Yeah, Leonard here.
Okay, thank you. Lewis.
Lewis here.
Linder here.
Oh, I see that.
Molina.
Molina present.
Sanchez.
Sanchez present.
Silva. Min.
We're gonna eat
Well, you're-
this in groups and paper.
Here.
Don't scratch that.
Tepe.
Tempe here.
Williams.
Here.
Young.
Here.
Smoke and drink.
Okay, and do I have your permission, Mr. Doherty, Mr. Leonard, and Miss Allen are all remote? Do I have your permission to bring them in?
Absolutely.
Linder.
Yes. Okay, very good.
Sure.
Linder as well. Leonard.
Linder.
And Linder.
Yes.
And Mr. Linder, yes, of
Carver.
course. Okay, so it'll be Linder, Doherty, Leonard, and Allen are all remote. All right, welcome all, both in presence and online. All right, we've got a number of off-agenda items to move forward today. Off consent. They're on agenda and they're off, have been moved off consent. So the first one, may I have a motion and a second to discuss and potentially approve item number 24342.
Gums will move.
Thank you, Scum. Second, please.
Bates moves.
Okay, very good. We'll get the next one. Yes, sir.
Question for Ms. Gumbs are the 342, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9, is there a common thread through those that you are questioning so that perhaps we could deal with them as a group?
Yeah, I think we still have to do it individually because they're funding. So let's start. Yeah, oh, yes.
That is correct. You do have to do it individually, but if you bring up the larger discussion, it might get the rest of it to go quicker.
Okay, well, I'll turn this over to Ms. Gums.
Yeah, I was-
To have pulled that array off agenda.
So I'm just gonna be completely on Gums here, just completely honest with you. So over the last week or so, we've had many conversations about some projects that we're going to be approving. I had these flagged to remove to maybe have the bigger conversation about that. After listening to the public engagement today, even though they were flagged and pulled, I believe my position has altered a little bit there. So I think I'm good to go with them now. And it's all relative to, just so you know how my brain's working, right? So we've got this one project that is associated with mental health, and that seemed to be the underlining conversation. Are we supporting mental health? I believe the flag monument is associated with mental health. So it was if people are asking for other monies, what is my trade-off? So my trade-off was the water projects. However, after listening and reviewing, I think we're good. I think we're good.
Okay, very good. So, thank you.
Sorry.
It's all, everything is fine. Is there any discussion on this?
Actually,
Yes, 342.
I would like to vote on them independently.
Okay, you want to vote on each one individually?
I do.
Okay, let's, so,
I don't have to, but
Mr. Tarver.
you have to vote on that.
I have a question regarding 342. I'd like to get some clarification when it says the county may consider revenue replacement for this project. I've tried to ask clarification from the committee and I have not received a response. So I'm just wondering if that could be cleared because I noticed that in quite a few of these resolutions.
Okay. Do we have somebody from Water Resources or Suzanne? Do you want to come up to speak?
Suzanne Fonsack from the ARPA program.
Suzanne, could you get a little closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Suzanne Fonsack from the ARPA program. And in the case of this specific resolution, it's for $30,000. And the project was assessed and it was not found to be eligible under a specific section in the guidelines, except the recoupment funds. It's at the discretion of the county to decide whether they want to use the $30,000 out of the lost revenue funds for this project.
Okay. Do you have questions on any of the other items? Because they're all similarly related, Mr. Tarver?
I'll look at those individually, but I'm okay with this one. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, any other questions on 342? If not, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen?
Ellen, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty? Mr. Doherty?
Yeah, come back, please.
I'm sorry?
Come back, please.
Okay. Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, no.
Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
Shuby?
Shuby, aye.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Nice, yes.
Leonard? Mr. Leonard? Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes. Leonard, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have that as a yes, Mr. Leonard. Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surges? Carver?
Harvard, no.
Sorry?
No.
No. Pepe?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 2 nays.
Doherty.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Doherty. Thank you. Well, please.
Doherty, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Passes. Okay, very good. May I have a motion, a second to discuss and potentially fund, approve, I should say, 24-343.
Bates moves.
Sanchez seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Ms. Gums.
Same conversation, so roll call is fine unless there's other questions.
Any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Sanchez here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add a little bit background on these projects here that are coming from our Department of Environmental and Water Resources were approved as part of kind of a grouping of department requests that came through about 2 years ago now. And some of these water resource projects were hard to find good categories for as our team gained a deeper understanding of the final rule under ARPA. So eventually they landed under the revenue loss recoupment category. And how that revenue loss recoupment works is there's a formula that the U.S. Treasury Department gives that says, you know, if you have certain types of losses and certain types of revenue funds, you apply this formula and then you're allowed to recoup a certain amount of money. That money has some strings attached to it, but fewer strings than all of the other ARPA categories that we tend to approve projects under. So under revenue recoupment, it's considered government services. So it's kind of a broad category, but we still do have to report on it all. And so for these water resource projects, revenue recoupment was the most eligible, the only eligible category essentially. So it's definitely a very good use of the money. But that revenue loss recoupment functionality, it's a little confusing, I understand. So just to try and shine a little more light on what that is and why these projects are coming out of revenue loss recoupment fund and not the general ARPA fund. That being said, I'm in full support of all of them. As I said, they were conceptually approved 2 years ago, and we've just been waiting to get these done. I know Ms. Wolnick is just itching for these to be approved, so appreciate all of your support.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, Gums, really quick, can we get a dollar amount
Now you ask me. I don't have it in front of me. Hold on.
Jody Wall, Director of Environmental Water Resources,
Yeah, I
is
don't
two
have it.
hundred and
Hold up.
$250,000 for that one.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that again, so.
All right, is there anybody other comments about this? Yes, Ms. Bates.
In the final ruling for the ARPA plan, there were four main categories of importance having to do with American Rescue Plan from the COVID crisis. And one of the main issues was water quality and preserving our precious water supply. So that's why these 4 or 5 resolutions have been from the beginning on the ARPA list of planned projects. I don't know why it took so long, but it was just took a while. So these have been in the works from day one.
Yes, I agree. Yes, Mr. Iqbal.
Madam Chair, I would like to add to what Mr. Sanchez just said. This recoupment fund is isolated from ARPA. $10 million were given to the county to spend the way they want to spend. It is in general fund, and as they are spent, we are presented a resolution. It does not go through that scrutiny that ARPA fund goes through. It is just given to you, no question asked. The government assumed that you have lost revenues and you can recoup $10 million. That's what it is.
Thank you for that comment. Anybody else? Yes, Mr.
Just for
Tarver.
further clarification, Madam Chair, under that same section where it says there is a risk that this project could be considered ineligible if the floodplain mapping does not include treatment works locations, or if the mapping is considered a precursor to an infrastructure project that isn't eligible under ARPA's limited provisions to floodplain management. So are we saying that this being a revenue replacement is now eligible?
Unstock, do you want to comment on that? And yes. Yes, why don't we have our Chief of Civil speak, Mr. Frank?
She can go
Is
first.
he gonna, John, you wanna
Yeah,
comment on this?
the general gist of this is revenue recoupment still requires it to have a governmental purpose, but they don't get into the specific ties to COVID that you would need for the direct spending. So if essentially what you're doing is you're tagging this to revenue recoupment, then as long as you believe it is tied to a government function, then you can do it to approve. EY cautions, I would caution you to take EY's words as approval in any kind of concept. What EY generally does is it tells you where it thinks it might be eligible under ARPA for direct spending. You all then have to prove it up with your documentation if they were to ever ask. If they recommend going to revenue recruitment, that's kind of a tacit, you might want to think about using the revenue recruitment funds as opposed to direct spending. And so if they're recommending, I don't know specifically which one they're doing on this, but if they're recommending revenue recruitment, then that's something you should seriously consider.
All right, any other questions? All right, clerk, I think we're ready for the vote.
Okay, Ellen.
Ellen, I.
Bates, yes.
Berman, yes.
Doherty. Davis,
That was yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Gums,
No.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby, Shubi, aye. Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva, Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Deppie, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
It passes.
And did Mr. Doherty get a chance to vote? Mr. Doherty, are you able to vote?
He's has told us that he's away from his keyboard right now.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you.
Saying no to him being remote.
May I have a motion and a second to discuss and potentially pass item number 24344?
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Second.
Gums will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Ms. Gums,
Same thing.
same thing. All right, discussion, yes.
Same thing.
Ms. This year, different thing, the amount is $285,000.
Okay, 285, different thing. Any other discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen?
Ellen, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty? Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ford? Gums?
Gums, no.
Iqbal?
Well, yes.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard? Mr. Leonard? Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Leonard, yes.
Thank you. Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Tepe?
Duffy, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
That passes. Wonderful, very good. Okay, may I please have a motion, a second to discuss, potentially approve item number 24345?
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, sir. Second?
Iqbal, second.
Thank you, Mr. Iqbal. Discussion?
Yeah.
Ms. Gums?
Dollar amount, Mr. Sanchez?
Sorry, the dollar amount is $50,000.
Thank you.
That was that.
Otherwise, ditto.
Anybody else? Line clerk, please call the roll. Ellen?
Ellen, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman? Doherty? Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ford? Gums?
Gums, no.
Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, yes.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surgis? Tarver?
Tarver, no.
Tepe?
Duffy, yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
It passes.
No.
Motion is second, please, to discuss, potentially approve item number 24346.
Sanchez moves.
And Mr. Iqbal seconds. Ms. Gums?
I have no comment on it. I just wanted to vote separately.
Right, very good.
Sanchez here, the total is $100,948 appropriation.
And that is for an Elgin HVAC system.
Just,
Yes.
I
Mr.
need a
Iqbal.
clarification on this one. There is no such building as designated here. So what are we putting it for?
Let Mr.
I can-
Mr. Fonstock come up to respond to that.
Good morning, Roger Fonstock with IT and Buildings. So this one would be an agreement for work at the building that is in a purchase and sale agreement in Elgin right now. So you have a purchase and sale agreement that the board has entered into for a property in Elgin. And I believe this is directly related to the heating and air conditioning on that facility.
So you are saying that we have signed an agreement?
Or a purchase and sale agreement of a building in Elgin.
In
Yes.
Elgin?
Yes, you have.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Yes.
Anybody else? Hearing none, clerk. Oh, yes, Mr. Tarver.
So just for clarification, Tarver here, we're approving the ARPA funds for $100,000 for a building that we don't own currently.
Put the ARPA funds in an appropriation. It's not actually spending the money yet. It's an appropriation. By the end of December, we have to have a contract for the heating and air conditioning to fix the building. We will close potentially in a matter of a few weeks, as long as everything is in accordance with the will of the board. So I think that for us the timing of getting approval of the board, if we're going to move forward with these types of repairs and use ARPA funding, we need to do that so that we can get a proposal and contracts in place. And we want the appropriation before we go forward and try to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else? Okay, clerk, please call the roll. Ellen?
Ellen, I.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty? Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, no.
Iqbal?
Iqbal, yes.
Juby?
Juby, no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Burgess, Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
No.
Passes.
Hmm.
Okay, may I have a motion, a second, to discuss and potentially pass item number 24-349?
Sanchez
Carver,
moves.
Oh,
Yeah, have a
please.
second.
Mr. Tarver seconds, and Mr. Tarver.
Thank you. I just wanted to pull this because I obviously, this is what direct services are meant for, I feel are meant for mental health. And, you know, the passion behind this project and the people that are doing this work, just really wanted to pull this and give it its due diligence. So I'm all in favor of accepting this resolution.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, hearing none. Clerk, please call the roll. Allen,
Allen, aye.
Bates.
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Herman, yes.
Doherty. Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman, Surges, Tarver,
Carver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Passes. All right, may I please have a motion and a second to discuss and potentially pass item number 24-351?
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Second,
Iqbal.
Mr. Iqbal. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
So, first of all, I apologize for pulling this. I don't like to blindside people at full board meeting. I would have done it last week. I should have. So I apologize for taking your time. The reason I pulled this was, this is 200,000 that they're looking for to come up with a communication plan. And when I was reading this, it says phase one, they're going to have a kickoff meeting to figure out what messaging they want to use and what their strategies are going to be for this mental health campaign. Then they're going to conduct research to understand what the community needs are. And then they're going to develop a plan. In my opinion, we know that we have huge mental health needs in our community. We have AID coming and saying we need money. We had the Valley Sheltered Workshop saying we need money to fund people. We have people that are on the ground, know what's needed, that are begging for money, but we're going to pay $200,000 to have a consultant come in and help us figure out what we need. It just struck me as very wrong. So that's why I'm voting no.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Yes, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would say to that it's not always just common sense or obvious, what not necessarily the needs are, but what audiences need to be targeted. And that's where a group like this really comes in. They can help you assess the environment and find out, who's underserved, who's overserved, who's at risk of being underserved, things like that. So it helps our team here on the health department side really focus in on the audiences that need to hear certain messaging the most and really target that rather than just doing kind of a blanket approach that may be successful for some audiences and not for others. So that's what I would say to that it just helps us. If we had more staff, then maybe we would just do this in-house, but it's always helpful when you are short of resources to hire out. So that's all I would add.
Dr. Silva.
Thank you. I actually am very much in agreement with this and with what Commissioner Sanchez just said. The distribution of resources, a lot of the resources are there. The problem is that we face things like stigma, transportation issues, emotional health, that are barriers to receiving the services. So something like this, I think, is really key in identifying where the resources are not only being offered, but where they are being received and where they are not being received. So I am in favor.
Okay, very good.
Can
Mr. Surges, if I may, Miss Peterson is on the phone or on the online right now, staff. Ms. Peterson?
Yes, thank you. I just want to also reiterate what Mr. Sanchez and Dr. Silva said. The research is mostly going to be focused on what audiences to target, how best to target them, meaning what mediums do people ingest information and really take in the information the best. What kind of languages do we need to have our messaging in? Where do we need to put these things? You know, do we need to have them in print? Do we need them to have them mostly online to make it most effective? Because our goals are to increase awareness about behavioral health issues and the wonderful available services that we have in our community, which, by the way, I work with AID and all those organizations constantly, and we have our behavioral health council to get their input all the time, knowing what content to put out there and what resources we have. But we need a company that can bring it all together for all of us and put it into a campaign that will be highly effective. And we are always understaffed and we don't have a specific, we have a communications person, but it's one person. And so we really need help getting that message out widespread. And again, to reduce the stigma even associated with asking for help. And veterans and other populations we know struggle with this. So we're really trying to get that message out. And additionally, we want residents to seek out the services that are close to them, that are local, and make sure they know what their issue is and what would best help them and give them that flexibility and that knowledge. So it's more, the research is more to know how to do that the most effectively. Not so much like what do we have or what do we need? Because you're right, we already do know that.
Thank you, Mr. Surges.
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a comment that I mean with the most positive intent possible. We have been, as a group, I believe we have been more than supportive of our health department and the catharsis that it's going through over the past couple of years and what we expect of it into the future. If you've ever heard Michael speak when he comes out to the township meetings, he gives some very broad brushed identifiers as to what the health department does now, but what it could do in the future. And I believe if we can just supply some information, get him some consultants and allow him to begin to focus on where those needs would best be served. I'm not a hire a consultant sort of guy, but in this particular case, we have asked so much from him that without having this guidance and this direction to help focus him, I think we're setting him up for failure. So I am absolutely in support of this.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lewis, another comment?
Yeah, just one more comment. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. You know, I have utmost respect for what you do. But we have these consortiums, we have these people who know, they deal with it. They know what our needs are. They know who they're dealing with. And we have IRIS, which is our great system that tells people, you know, our collaboration. But I can't sit here and say, let's find out more who we should target and what we should do when our waiting list to go see these people, even if we target them, they're not going to get in to see a mental health provider because the waiting lists are still 4 to 6 weeks. So I would like to help the people that are in line right now.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Sanchez.
Ms. Sanchez.
That's a good one.
How you doing?
So did you talk to Carl about?
Sorry.
Wow. So sorry. A little humor in there.
I'm going to get something to eat right now.
Stratford. I would like to put my full support for this. We do have an incredible system called IRIS that we identify where a person needs to be referred and how to best get them to where they need to go. This, I think, is a little bit different, where we are identifying how to reach the people we already know. And
everybody in the health department would say, we already know what a mental health issue we have in the county and in the country, actually. And this is a system that will help us find out how to best reach the people. It's going to be a way to get the services to the people that need it the most in the way that they can hear that they need and that they will respond. So there is a lot of stigma, and this is, we're trying to work around that.
Okay.
So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Ms. Combs, you had your hand up.
Oh, I did. I just wanted to say, I appreciate everybody's engagement here. I just have a tough time. If we're collaborating with these outside organizations, we should be also leaning on them for this data. I think they already have the data and the target area and how to implement that. And I think I agree with Ms. Lewis that we could better spend this money. I think that's the weight in the vote. So I'm not going to support this.
Okay. Hold on.
Whatever.
I was going to make a little comment, joking comment, but
Mr. Strathman would like to.
Mr. Strathman, you were. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair Sanchez here. It's not necessarily true that all of these other service providers out there have all the information that we need. They have information, they have the people that they touch base with, but they don't necessarily do environmental scans all the time and find out exactly where to reach all of the target populations that the health department is trying to reach. So what we're doing is really part of this whole blanket project. And that's really what my comment is to just remind everybody that this isn't some new request coming from the health department. This is part of that big $9 million behavioral health initiative project that we approved months ago, that we may have forgotten about because now we're just seeing it in these little fits and spurts with contracts that we have to approve. So this is essentially a formality. I know we can say no to it, but by doing so, I just want to put that out there that it creates an issue for our health department who has a plan, who has a project, a $9 million project that we approved. And this is just one part of that. So for us to turn around and say, no, don't do that part of it, it kind of then raises the question, then what are they supposed to be doing? And is that the level of conversation we want to have? Me personally, I'd rather let them do what they think they need to be doing. They're the professionals, and that's it.
Well said. Well said. Yes, Ms. Strathman.
And I don't think it's, to what Ms. Gum says, I don't think it's without reason to ask them for a report and to let us to report to us after they know what their findings are. I think that would be a reasonable request for them to come back and let us know what they found out.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Tarver?
Hopefully last, I just want to say to Mr. Sanchez, I appreciate that clarification because I was going to ask, why couldn't they go back to that funding? And so under appropriation amount, it says NA, but then we requested $200,000. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, I think we've had enough discussion on this. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen?
Ellen, aye.
Bates?
Bates, yes.
Berman?
Berman, yes.
Doherty?
Doherty, yes.
Davis?
Davis, yes.
Ford?
Ford, yes.
Gums?
Gums, yes.
Iqbal, yes.
Juby?
Juby, aye.
Kenyon?
Yes.
Caius?
Caius, yes.
Leonard?
Leonard, yes.
Lewis?
Lewis, no.
Linder?
Linder, yes.
Molina?
Molina, yes.
Roth?
Roth, yes.
Sanchez?
Sanchez, yes.
Silva?
Silva, yes.
Strathman?
Yes.
Surges? Tarver?
Tarver, yes.
Tepe?
Duffy, yes.
Williams? Oh, he's gone. I'm sorry. Young?
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
All righty. Motion and a second to discuss and potentially pass item number 24352.
Allen moves.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Second,
Caius,
please.
second.
Thank you, Mr. Caius. Ms. Allen?
Thanks, folks, for letting me talk about this. This money is a gift that comes from the Elgin Riverboat every year, knock wood. It's not a dependable supply of money, as we saw during the COVID years and when the legislature said there would no longer be smoking when you gamble. Currently, about 1.1 million is used for external grants where the community comes to us and asks if we can help fund their projects. And internally, we're using 3.4 million. So 1.1 versus 1.1 external versus 3.4 internal. We've had board members who said, well, all of it should go to the community. Let them spend this money. And we've had board members who said every penny of it should be used on farmland protection because that's forever and it's a federal match. So we've actually come up with something that's in between. What I'm talking about today is that it's still not general revenue money, and yet we spend about half of it as if it were. The state's attorney's office is getting 50.7% of the money. The 3 E's, economic development, education, and environmental projects are getting 49.3%. And the money that's going to what I would consider to be general revenue funding are most of the drug prosecution, most of the victim coordinator, most of the domestic violence, and half of the child advocacy center. And I just think it's misguided for us to depend on riverboat money to fund such important programs. So I hope we'll consider it in the future. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Hearing none, seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen.
Alan, no.
Bates. Bates, yes.
I knew this would happen.
Careful.
It's just done wrong.
Answers the job.
Now everybody's watching you. Don't choke.
Or,
Yep. Joking, right? Bates.
Carefully you get it
Yes.
through your nose.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Berman.
Berman, yes.
Doherty.
Doherty.
What was that?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Davis,
Davis, yes.
Board,
Board, yes.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, yes.
Chuby,
Chuby, no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, no.
Linder,
Linder, no.
Lena,
Yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Pepe,
Duffy, yes.
and Young.
No.
Closer.
9. I have 9 nays. I think it passes 2, 4. Yeah. 6 and 12. 15-9, 15-9. Is that right?
Madam Chair.
Passes.
Madam
Okay.
Chair. Could we make a note or a intention to revisit what Ms. Allen has told us here? I feel like once the committee has gone through the work of making all these decisions, I hate to say no to what a committee has done when they put in all this work, but in the future, I think this is an important issue. Are we using the riverboat money wisely, or should it be treated as general fund money or more like for more external projects?
Okay, very good. All right, could one of the gentlemen get this fine lady a drink of water, please? No. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, just in case.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
on the last issue, there is still a balance in the fund for riverboat money, so
How much?
I don't know exactly what it is. You know, there is a balance there, and if people want to work with something other than what's already been approved by the committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
since we're on the subject, if you don't mind,
Oh,
real
are we
quick.
still on the same?
Yes.
Yes.
Even though it's internal, that don't mean it doesn't have an external value. And I think a lot of these have an external value, and that's the reason why I voted yes for them.
Okay, well, thank you. Thanks for the explanation. All right, let's move forward. You all right? Sarah? Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Berman, this will be, may I have a motion and a second to consider and possibly pass item number 24354?
Berman makes the motion to remove that from our discussion.
Okay, a second, please. Mr. Iqbal, thank you. Mr. Berman.
Well, according to our executive director of our finance department, it's not necessary, but she can go into detail.
Kathleen?
This is just a recommendation. This resolution right now, it was used throughout our whole special finance and budget committee process to document significant issues as it related to funding the general fund. It addressed such issues as how much fund balance we're going to use, transfers from other funds to the general fund, and it its way through a series of meetings. And at last Wednesday's executive committee, essentially most of this resolution was removed.
Yes.
And so we're left with just fund balance use. So I was just in discussions with Dale. I was wondering if this resolution was even necessary anymore, since we have at the end of the executive committee meeting last week, we ended up with a draft budget. So that's why I asked if he might consider pulling it from today's meeting.
Before we do that, Mr. Frank had
Point
his
of order.
hands up. Oh, yes, yes.
Is the intent to table this motion then?
No.
That is not Mr. Berman's intent, even though I believe that that was just suggested. But Mr. Frank, if I may, Mr. Tepe, Mr. Frank has had his hands up.
I would, Frank Aseo, I would also recommend that you at the very least table this. The next resolution, 355, requires that the actual budget be posted for 15 days before you can really be making all of these changes and approving it, which will also be why I'll be asking you to table or postpone to the next county board meeting 379. So if you're going to pass 355, my understanding is that a lot of these changes were already kind of incorporated into the final draft, which is what you'll be approving to post. And then next month is when you would make all of any other further changes that you would want. So to keep it in line with the process, I would ask at the very least you table this or continue it to next month.
Yeah, just to reiterate, all the changes that were recommended at executive committee meeting and voted on and approved at the executive committee meeting last Wednesday, all of those changes were incorporated and the draft budget was revised. And so the draft budget that's in today's packet, which we posted last Friday, incorporates all the changes that the executive committee made.
Okay, very good. Ms. Chuby, your hand is up.
When would it be appropriate for me to ask a question about revenue? If we're tabling these, I have a question about some revenue.
I think we should, well, right now, let's talk about this and then we can have you speak about revenue when we go to the last pulled agenda.
Madam Chair.
Yes, perhaps 24379.
My recommendation for the board would be talk about that under 355. And then 379, I would be asking you to simply table it.
Oh, that's correct. I'm 355, absolutely. Absolutely correct, 355. Okay, so we have
Motion and second.
a motion and a second to table this to.
Just table it indefinitely.
Yeah.
Okay, table indefinitely.
Want to postpone indefinitely.
Postpone indefinitely.
Indefinitely.
Table. Not necessary is what we're saying.
We're not going to be tabling. We're going to postpone this discussion.
Covered.
Okay, is everybody clear on that?
Is there a second?
I'm sorry,
To win.
Yes, yes, Mr. Doherty.
Postpone to win. Indefinitely.
Indefinitely. So it can be pulled up at the next finance committee if you so wish, Mr. Doherty.
Okay.
Yeah, the idea is just to kill it, so.
That what
Is there
table
a
means?
second? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Surtis. Any further discussion on this? Okay, we have
not-
confused.
I understand that we're postponing it or tabling it because it doesn't make any difference if you just put it out there. This is all, some behind the curtain kind of thing. I mean, it's not that it's, I just can't, I don't understand how that works into the process.
Okay, who would like to explain this? Kathleen?
Yes.
We have a point, we have another point of order? Or do we?
So Frank, we really should not be discussing the substance, but to answer your question, since it's related to the timing of this, the reason I'm asking you all to just essentially postpone this indefinitely is because it's more or less moot at this point because the changes have already happened. If you want to postpone it till next month, that's fine. But the reason you do it indefinitely largely is to just kind of end it.
Okay, Kathleen?
The history behind this particular resolution, when we started having these special finance committee meetings to discuss the budget, it was recommended to us that we have a resolution.
I'm sorry, point of order. We have a motion to table in a second. That's the end of.
We're done with discussion then.
Second point
Right,
of order,
just
it is not a table. It was a postponement, which does
Postponement.
allow for discussion.
All right.
That's why it was
Thank you.
important to table it.
All right, please.
Correct.
Mr. Caius is accurate. Okay, are we ready?
I wish it was.
Okay, gentlemen, please. Ms. Hopkinson is explaining this to us.
No, the history of having this resolution,
not-
it was recommended to us as we went
Already
through the
done.
budget process that the board should not be agreeing to things without a resolution. And so it was recommended to us that as we moved from one finance and budget committee meeting to the next, that the decisions be documented in a resolution. So this is that resolution. Last Wednesday, it was amended again. And when I was looking at it after last Wednesday, I'm like, everything's been incorporated into the draft budget. I think moot is the best word to describe that this is really moot at this point.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. All right, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't really want to say anything, but I want to go on record on saying this.
If I can, hold on, Ms. Melina, gentlemen.
Mr.
gentlemen,
Davis, did you want to say something
Mr.
before I
Davis,
spoke?
please, we have conversations here.
I have the
Appreciate-
floor.
Yeah, we have the floor.
I just wanted to say this before, because there's not going to be another place to say this. I'm disappointed with the fact that the Finance Committee took the time to go through possible reductions in this budget. For then the Executive Committee to say, oh, that's okay, we're just going to keep using our savings to continue to fund this. I think there was departments that had the opportunity to provide a reduction in their budget and they chose not to. I think that needs to go on the record. I think there were many departments that couldn't, and they stated that fact, and that needs to go on the record. I think there were departments that were requested and completely ignored the request of the Finance Committee and our Executive Committee to even look at their budgets to see where they can have reductions. So this is a moot at this point because we pretty much just said, let's forget all the time that was spent reviewing this budget and let's just add everything to just keep using our savings for this. And our taxpayers should be made aware that we tried the exercise and we failed because we didn't really push it all the way through. So I just wanted to go on the record saying that I'm disappointed that we weren't implementing any of these budget reductions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mr.
Berman.
Berman?
Thank you. Ms. Molina was very accurate in her comments. And as chairman of the Finance Committee, we had, two special meetings and plus our other meetings that we discussed this. As she said, gave the opportunity every elected official and every department head to change the budget back to what we felt was a reasonable budget. It was all decided and we had presented that to the Executive Committee and the Executive Committee turned it all down. So I felt that there's no reason to bring it up again today. So we'll go with what the Executive Committee recommended.
Okay.
We are way beyond.
We are
scope
beyond the
of
scope of
motion.
this. All
We
right.
need to discuss.
So this is to postpone to a
Definitely.
definitely.
Still indefinitely unless somebody
Somebody wants to
changes.
bring it up. So We're taking a vote on to postpone item number 24354 indefinitely. So with no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Ellen, Miss Ellen?
no.
Ellen, no,
Ellen.
okay. Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Burn you.
sorry,
Postponing, right? Yes.
okay. Doherty,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Burgess,
Maybe just mine.
Carver, yes.
Tempe, yes.
gone, and Young.
Yes.
It passes. It's postponed.
All right. We have a motion, a second to discuss and potentially approve item number 24355. Ms. Chuby, you want to move this?
I pulled it for the state's attorney, so I'll move it.
Alan seconds.
Okay, Tarver and Allen. All right. Discussion on this item.
Well, I don't know why they wanted it pulled, but I would like to ask a question about revenue.
Sure.
So, Ms. Hopkinson, you sent us well, first of all, at the last meeting, I had asked you about the sales tax that we get in. You told us we get it in monthly and that it usually takes a month to 2 months to process, and then you credit it back to the month that it was earned in, correct?
We receive sales tax from the state on a monthly basis. We post it on a cash basis. So it's collected by the retailer. Let's say today is September. The retailer is collecting it today. They have till the end of October to turn it over to the state, and then the state turns it over to the county in November. So there's always, from the date of collection at the cash register to the date we receive it, it's 2 months. So we post it on a cash basis, and then for audit purposes every year in our annual comprehensive financial report, we, according to accounting pronouncements, we accrue. So what is actually recorded in our audit report is the sales tax is based on the date of collection.
Okay, so basically what I said was correct. There's a 2-month lag. So when I go back and I look at this chart that you gave us with all of our retail sales tax collected, I noticed that in November and December, we actually have sales that are sometimes less than the rest of the year, which, as someone who worked in retail for 10 years, I find that highly suspect, because in November and December, we made the bulk of our year due to the holiday sales. And so I don't understand how November of 23, there was only $1.9 million in sales. And in December of 23, there was $2.0 in sales. But in January, there was 2.2 million in sales. And I just don't understand, because I realize that my anecdotal data of there being a boost on retail sales during September, October, November, and December is anecdotal. However, I'm sure we could find multiple studies that show that is the case. So I just don't understand, where is it in here then?
Well, are you looking at the date of
I'm looking at
collection or
what
the
you
date
gave
that we
me.
posted?
I'm looking at what you gave me. You gave me a chart with collected, allotted, and posted with a single amount. It was collected, let's just say it was collected November of 23, it was allotted in December of 23, and it was posted in January of 24, which, from my understanding from our last finance meeting, was that was then posted back to the November because it was sold in November. And I don't understand how in November of 23, we only had almost $2 million in sales. I don't understand how that's possible when that's consistent with just about every other month we had.
We get the sales tax revenue from the state. The state collects it on our behalf.
So the state is saying, well, I'm sorry that all the Kane County retailers had a boost in November, December, but Kane County is not going to get that?
So are you questioning the state's numbers or?
I'm questioning the numbers that are on the sheet that you gave me in an email that you sent to the rest of the board that says November of 23, there was sales of $1,989,349. And in December of the same year, there was $2,038,392. And yet in January, there was 2.2 million. I don't understand where the holiday dollars are being posted.
I mean, it could be sales in January.
So my December sales, where you told me will be credited back to December, are now being posted in January?
No, when we get money from the state sends us the money and we deposit it. It usually comes in the second week of the month. We deposit it in cash. So we're in the second week of the month. So someday this week, or probably Monday or Tuesday next week, we will get a wire transfer from the state of Illinois for sales tax revenue, along with other tax revenues. What we're getting today in September was collected by a retailer sometime between July 1st and July 31st. And we will get
Correct.
it today. So that goes along. So at the end of the year, when we prepare our audit reports, we have to report on the accrued basis of accounting, modified accrual. So a modified accrual says you record income not when you get the cash, but when you earn it. So we earned it in July, we're getting it today. So we accrue and we adjust for our audit reports.
In all due respect, that does not answer where those sales are credited then. If you said last meeting that the sales made in November were collected in January and posted back to November, where are these sales that were made in November and December? Where are they? Why is it we had flat spending in our two busiest retail sales months across the United States? Why is it Kane County had no additional sales? Where is that in this document that you gave us?
All I can say is those are the actual cash receipts we get from the state.
So we got no extra money. So I would suggest then that we talk to the state of Illinois and find out why Kane County did not get their extra money that was sold from their retailers during the Christmas
Yes,
season.
I think if I may, those are questions that I don't think.
Those
that-
are questions that depend 100% on our budget. If we are using these numbers to base what our spending is and they're inaccurate, that makes a huge difference.
Well, we don't have I understand.
We
where
don't
you're
have
coming from, Ms.
documentation?
Juby. No,
We
no,
do.
Ms. Juby, I did not say, you didn't let me finish my sentence.
Well, you didn't let me finish.
Well, are you questioning what the state is sending us?
I am questioning the numbers that you sent to us as our retail sales.
Those
that-
are right from what we received from the state.
So perhaps, Ms. Hopkinson, you want to share with the board and share with the entire board the exact receipts you are receiving, that documentation from the state, so that Ms. Juby and the rest of the board members can actually see the original document to make sure that your numbers truly reflect what the state is sending you. And I think that may be the question I'm hearing from Ms. Juby.
The question you're hearing from Ms. Juby is, where is all of the money that the Kane County collect, or that the state collects through Kane County for their retail sales in their holiday season rush? That is my question. I understand in previous years, it showed up again in like with Joe Onzik, he reported it in March and he said, well, this is, we planned on using this much budget, but this is, or this much reserve, but this is what we actually used. So I just want to know why, if I'm told it's being reported back to the month it was earned, and it's showing no significant changes, I want to know why.
Okay. We'll get that information. Ms. Hopkinson, you'll be able to provide that information.
So just so I understand, you're asking for like the allotment sheets from the state of Illinois?
I'm asking you to tell me where we would find in our budget or our revenue or whatever, where that bonus money comes from for the holiday sales. And if you're saying that the state of Illinois is saying we didn't make any, yes, I would very much like to see that.
So I'm looking at, so in spring of 2023, we were getting around 1.8 million a month. Then we went up in the summer to around over 2. Then it came down again to 1.9. Then in
November.
December, it went up to 2 million. January collections were 2.2, and then February, March of 2024, it came down to 1.6. April, it was 1.9. May, it was 1.9. June, it was up again. So there was a spike over the holiday season.
Well, okay. I would just like that information, please, because I have a different lived experience from what these numbers are showing.
Okay.
The only thing that I can reflect upon is that if memory serves, and I think your questions are well to be considered. But during that period of time, I remember that people were not buying as many gifts.
Don't even go
because
there.
of uncertain
Don't even go
times.
there. That has nothing to do with the question. That's anecdotal.
So is yours.
And
please.
it is.
Okay.
And it is anecdotal. And I said it was
All right, all right.
anecdotal.
Order, can we move
yes,
on? Can we move on?
Please,
Thank you.
absolutely, absolutely. All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion, Mr. Iqbal?
Madam Chair, I think Ms. Juby has questioned the timeline, revenue stream. She probably believed that there should be a peak in that winter months. And if our finance director could draw a timeline over the 5-10 years of what the stream, what the up and down is, then we could say if this did not happen this year, there must be something wrong at the state level or some accounting that we can go after. That's what she is saying.
I understand that, yes.
So every month at the finance committee in the executive director's report, my report, I have a graph of all the sales tax revenue, and I often refer to it. I think the finance committee members will remember, I typically call it the heartbeat graph because you can see how it goes up and down throughout the year. And
So
I call it based on human behavior.
So based on your experience, there should be a bump,
There is always a bump right around the holiday season.
but do you see the bump in this, in the last?
There was, I just brought the numbers off. So it went up in December, January, and then it came down.
So do you believe it is out of line or is it in line?
Chair?
Yes,
I'm-
yes, sir.
Just point of order,
Mr.
can we
Caius.
bring this back to where we were discussing what we were discussing? Aren't we
Well,
still passing?
This is,
a separate
it was,
issue.
thank you. It was suggested that this would be an appropriate time since we're talking about item number.
What were we talking about?
That budget, 355.
355, approving the FY 2025 draft budget to be placed on display. And it was discussed by Ms. Juby that she wants to make sure that we have an accurate revenue representation. To that is to my knowledge. Mr. Frank.
Yes, yeah, Frank. While I was out, I was told that there was a question as to why I asked for it to be pulled off consent. We did that as an abundance of caution just for the budgeting purposes. So that way it's not approved through a consent since it's a major step in the budgeting process. So that's the answer for that. In regards to this, the draft budget is currently set as the finance director has pushed it through in the past. And so now is a time that would be allowed to discuss what in fact should be in the draft budget. Now, that would require a change in some of your other resolutions, but it is an appropriate topic at hand.
That's what. All right. Yes, Ms. Bates.
I would like to make sure I understand the question about the sales tax. So if sales taxes are earned in December, we receive them a month or two later, but that gets reported or recorded in December. It doesn't get recorded in January or February. If it happened in December, it stays in December.
For our audit,
Or not?
yes. For our audit, yes. For our audit report that is presented, our annual comprehensive financial reports, we are recording the revenue when it's earned.
So I see Ms. Juby's question does make a lot of sense, that why would January be a bump unless everybody cashed their Christmas checks from their grandmas? But okay, thank you. Who knows?
I have a statement. Thank you.
Yes.
I'll be brief. I do think that Ms. Juby's questions are very valid, but even if they weren't, this is a board member who has questions. And if one board member has a question, we all do because we function as a board. I'd also like to say as an aside, if one board member sends an email and doesn't get a response, then we all don't get a response. Thank you.
Davis with his hand up.
Oh, Mr.
Can I have
Davis.
permission to
Yes,
join?
yes, sir. I see your hand.
I guess I need permission to rejoin you.
Oh, absolutely. You may do. I have consensus for you to rejoin. Welcome back.
Thank you. My question on 355 is it does not appear that this reflects the amendments that were proposed and passed at exec recently, specifically regarding approximately $6 million in capital funds and $4 million in RTA reallocation that were, by action of exec reversed. Where do we stand on that? Because that should be part of what is going to be presented and then put
All
on
those
display.
Oh, hold on a second, please. Ms. Hopkinson is going to answer your question, Mr. Davis.
All the changes that were recommended by the executive committee last Wednesday have been incorporated into the draft budget. That's before you today, which was posted to our website last Friday.
Madam Chairman Allen.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Miss Allen?
Thank you. Ms. Hopkinson, I'm not all that good with this, I'm sorry, but I was able to see where the capital money was shown on page 695. But can you tell me where the RTA transfer tax money shows up? I just couldn't find it, I'm sorry.
So the current draft budget that is before you today no longer includes a transfer of RTA sales tax revenue from Fund 305, which belongs to our county transportation department. It no longer reflects that transfer from county transportation to the general fund because the executive committee voted to remove that transfer.
Thanks so much.
So after Wednesday's meeting, we made all the changes to the budget. And then the budget that was uploaded to the county website on Friday includes all those changes.
So, and I found the capital one on page 695, but could you tell me what page the transfer tax shows up? I mean, it must be in there somewhere and I just couldn't find it.
I think it was 587, Deb. Sorry, Davis.
It's not, so the way that it was handled, so there's a Kane County policy in our actual financial policies that has a percentage allocation of how the RTA sales tax, which is separate tax from the state sales tax, how the RTA sales tax is allocated by percent to 4 different funds. The county, through the whole finance and budget committee process, decided instead of changing those reallocation percentages, they were just going to do a one-time transfer. So the top line gross sales tax numbers remain the same. The previous draft of the budget showed an actual transfer out from KDOT's Fund 305 and a transfer into the general fund. So we just took those 2 transfers and eliminated them.
All right. Does that answer your question, Ms. Allen?
And I'll check. Mr. Davis, you said 587?
Mr. Davis, did you hear the question? 587, page 587?
That is what he
I
said.
don't have it pulled up. I think that's where I found it. And basically, like Kathy was saying, it just shows the RTA whole. It doesn't reflect any reallocation, I think is how it's represented now. Is that right, Kathy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Okay. All right, so we are left still with the discussion, if you're ready to take a vote on this, with making sure that the information on the November and December 2023 sales tax, retail sales tax is appropriately distributed to the entire board for that information. Yes. Yes.
SAO
Mr.
Frank, just real quickly, so we're all clear on this. If you want to make substantive changes to the budget, that can still be done going forward. All you are voting on right now is that it be published for 15 days. So that way you can actually get to a final budget starting next month.
That is correct. That is correct. And Mr. Frank, can you just, the board is potentially going to be voting on this budget in October, but in my understanding, we do have until November to be able to pass this. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would tell you not to go past November 31st.
Oh, no, we cannot. We cannot. Yes.
Yeah, we have to have a budget passed for December 1st for the fiscal new year.
Correct.
So in order to pay bills, so we have to have it done by November 30th.
Okay, so there's still plenty of time to amend the budget for the board if you feel it's so needed. Okay, yes, Ms. Hopkinson,
And
one more thing.
I did have a presentation today, but I don't know if we wanted to go through it just to kind of top line the budget.
Yes, please.
Is that the will of the board to go through that?
No,
Yes.
no.
No, I hear no's. Okay, so why don't we?
I said yes.
Why don't, oh, we have one yes.
I said yes.
Why don't, if I make a suggestion,
Three.
2 yeses? We have 2
Three
yeses,
yeses.
3 yeses,
4, 5.
4, 5, 6. All right, we got,
This is so important, you guys.
we have yeses.
The only thing,
Go,
the most
go for
important
it.
thing we do.
If we serve lunch.
If we're going to talk about
Madam Chair Ford. if
Yes,
I can
Mr.
ask a
Ford.
question. So this budget is going to be presented open to the public. Is there any attempt to try to answer some of the questions that the public has had over our budget so that we can at least calm them down or have some answers for them? Because
I would turn that over to the finance committee. We've
and
reflected.
just one thing is, we use the term reserve a lot. And what are the dollars that we are actually calling reserves and where they're at?
Well,
I think that's why the presentation would be important for Kathy to give it to us now so we can answer some
I
questions.
think so too.
but you know,
I'm not saying I
Mr. Berman,
disagree with that.
Okay,
It's
hold
just
on.
that
We're getting to the point where we're all getting tired right now.
yeah,
So we all
having a
talk-
full presentation doesn't give a summary of some of the questions.
You're asking something completely different. than
Yes,
this
thank you.
Presentation.
Chairman.
So, Mr. Berman,
I think the finance committee took into consideration all of the opportunities that we have to reduce our expenditure. And presenting to each department and to each elected official an opportunity for them. We made suggestions. They were ignored. So I think we, as a finance committee, did everything in our power to reduce the budget amount. I think the will of the board is to take the money out of reserves as long as we have it. And I think that's the ultimate decision that was presented from the finance or the executive committee last week. I think the finance committee did everything within their power, suggesting how we could reduce our expenditures, our budget requests. So that's answer your question, Mr. Ford.
No, it doesn't. But
You want to go into specifics, we can go into specific issues.
no, I'm not asking for specifics. What I'm saying is there may be a way to reduce.
It's all there in our minutes.
Or you want to or you don't. I'm good with it.
all right, so how about, Mr. Ford, let me, if I may, we can take that offline. I will talk to Mr. Berman. I believe I have a complete understanding and I will confirm with you with what your considerations are. I will ask Mr. Tepe and to join me in this conversation, and we'll work with Kathleen, reflecting upon some of the issues that were brought forward by our members of the community and see if we can specifically identify them and then respond to those. I think there's 5 consistent questions that are being asked, and we can perhaps respond to those. Yes.
And without going through the presentation, in the presentation, I've attached two schedules. One schedule shows the amount of fund balance being used by all of our funds, as well as the general fund. So that is all in there. I also have a cash flow, which is required. It shows expected cash flow at the end of 2024 and end of 2025. And just one thing, you referred to questions from the members of the public. One of the members of the public today said that our 2020 expenses were 65 million. Our 2020 total expenses were 329 million. And of that, the general fund was 108 million. So
How
I just
many,
wanted to
repeat it again, please? 100 and,
So the general fund expenses in 2020 were 108 million. And I'm not sure, and I would have loved to have caught up with that individual, because I really am interested in getting out good financial information. Yeah, there's a whole article in this month's GFOA, how government financial reports are so complicated to read and understand. And is there a better way? Which I try to do, but they are hard to understand.
Ms. Hopkinson, just for time, could you go through your presentation for us, please? Since the board
Okay.
asked for that.
It's attached to 355. 24, I'm sorry, it's attached to 379.
so what pages? Do we know what page?
Uh,
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
I don't know if Blair can get that up on the screen.
556.
53.
Where'd gums go?
Microphones, please.
Oops. It's pulling up for those people who are online. We are pulling up the presentation from Ms. Hopkinson, just identifying the page number so that Blair can get it up on the screen.
719.
Yeah,
Right here, 800.
Here we go.
better. Here, better.
So next page. Just high level, the 2024 amended budget, we had 124 million in general fund expenses. This is expenses. The 2025 draft is 138, so it's an increase of 14 million. Of that amount, there's a $6 million transfer to the capital projects fund. Special revenue funds, we have 308 million as amended for this fiscal year. And next year, the draft is 277, a drop of 30 million. You have to remember, ARPA is a special revenue fund, so as that always has a big impact. And also, we still had some other special, call it COVID type monies flowing through the county the last few years, the emergency rental assistance. So that will impact those are all special revenue funds. So top line number, the 2024 amended budget is 432 million. This year's draft budget is 416. Next page, the draft budget that's before you today does not include taking the CPI, the state CPI number for next year is 3.4%. I'm just showing the calculations up there. If the county were to raise property taxes by 3.4, it would bring in 2.6. The draft budget that worked its way through the finance committee and executive committee does not include a property tax increase. It does take into consideration new construction. So applying a property tax increase of 0, but taking into consideration new construction brings in $657,000. That's the estimate right now. And all those property tax levies will be coming through at the, starting with the September Finance Committee meeting. Next slide. My recommendation on how we apply that $657,000 in new property tax revenue The county historically has chosen to fund the Veterans Assistance Commission through property tax revenue. That department's budget went up by 23,000. So 23,000 of that increase goes there. And the rest I recommended be put in our FICA Social Security Fund, which is also known as our payroll tax fund. The last several years, the expenses in that fund are higher than the property tax revenue coming in, and that represents the payroll taxes that we pay to the IRS for employees in the general fund. And I'm concerned that we are shortchanging that fund, and we can't risk not paying payroll taxes. So I had recommended that we need to build up that fund a little bit. So I put the remainder of that property tax increase in that fund. Next slide. Fund balance utilization. The current year, we are using the budget for the general fund. We're using 10 million in fund balance. The proposed for 2025 is 29 million. And you have to remember that we're building, as long as you're continuing to use fund balance, you're building on prior years. So we're actually adding $19 million to last year's 10 because we're already in the whole 10. So we're adding on another 19. The special revenue funds, last year or the current year amended budget, we have $127 million of fund balance utilization. And in the proposed budget, we have 93 million. A lot of that is capital. A lot of what's happening in the special revenue funds is all capital dollars. Next slide. We had been, through the various committee meetings, we had been working through forecasts for the future. And if the county were to, be lucky to have a special county retailer's occupation tax, what would that look like and how would that impact the general fund? So the next 4 pages were at the various rates, 0.25, 0.50, 0.75, and 1%. And the recommendation was to have 0.75 as a number, so that if the county board decides to put a referendum on the ballot, what number would it be? And if you look at the pages, 0.75 is the first place where you can see that we're not in the red. So there is a resolution in today's packet to vote to put a referendum on the April 2025 ballot for 0.75%. Next page. This is just a reminder of the budget calendar. We're actually on target, on schedule. And then the next slides, this schedule, which is required so that the county board, when they're adopting a budget, they ensure that every fund is whole and not in a negative position. So this shows the beginning balance of every fund at the beginning of fiscal year 2024, the forecasted revenues and expenses, the projected ending balance, and then it adds next year's budget, and then the projected 2025 ending balances. So everything is okay. All the funds are balanced. And then the next schedule, if you go down to the pages where they have the yellow. So this was a sheet which became sort of my favorite sheet. And if you go to the last page of this, so this document was used throughout all the special finance committee meetings to show all
What
of
the page number?
It's 740. 740. So here's all of the funds. The first column is the 2025 budgeted expenditures. The next column, I called it dedicated revenues. So what are revenues that are specific to those funds? And then I just broke out
property taxes and fund balance utilization. And for all of our departments that are in the general fund, this shows basically an allocation of that department's use of the general fund, general revenues. So what do I mean by general revenues? So there's all sorts of fees and fines that various departments collect that are specific to their department. Like the clerk of the court might collect a fee that is dedicated revenue for their department, and the treasurer and the recorder of deeds, et cetera. And they're all in the general fund. Then you have general revenues, things like property taxes, sales taxes, income taxes that are not restricted to a particular purpose. So then what portion of a department, for example, the finance department, we don't have any fees or fines. So we're funded entirely by the general revenues of the county, such as property taxes and sales taxes. There are other departments, most all the other departments in the general fund, except for a few, are essentially funded by these general revenues. So we used it to calculate what percent of those general fund departments are using up fund balance, because we do not have enough general fund revenues to fund everything in the general fund anymore. So we're digging into our fund balance, our unassigned fund balance. So for 2025, everything that's highlighted in yellow on this sheet is essentially saying this is that department's share of using our fund balance, which totals for our 2025 budget for our general fund now $29 million. So that 740. So yes, $29.3 million in fund balance is currently in the draft budget to be used to balance the 2025 general fund budget.
Leaving us with what in the, I know there's a slide for that.
So if you
too.
go
Is
back
that-
up, go back up to that slide that had the 0.75
Okay.
cent sales tax. So,
Okay, yep.
so if we followed the budget to a T and all these numbers, which, you know, are estimates, of course, at the end of 2025, we would have $43 million left in our general fund. And our reserves, you like to keep, our policy is to have 90 days of our subsequent year's expenses. So if we needed to maintain $36 million, we only have an extra 7.9 million. At the end of 2025, if everything follows according to budget. And then the year after that, well, this slide takes into consideration that we would be getting special county retailers occupation tax starting in 2026, which if you look up at the top of that, that would bring in about $51 million. So if we got that, if you went back 2 slides to the 0.25% sales tax, special county retailers occupation tax. So the state has given us an estimate there. The state basically said that for every quarter percent, we would get, yeah, that's fine. 17 million based on our current sales tax revenue. So if we only got $17 million, and of course, this is all dependent upon the voters voting this in, right? So even if we got 0.25, it's not enough. If we got 0.25 in 2026, we'd be below our target by 8.8 million. And if you look at the next slide, which is the 0.5, and if we got 34 million per year on a 0.5, again, which is an estimate, by 2028, we'd be in the red based on estimates and projections, of course, based on estimates that would have us funding our capital projects fund to the tune of about 5 million a year, which the county doesn't have to do that. Right. These are all estimates and forecasts.
Yes, Ms. Bates.
Do we have these numbers for zero?
Well, zero would
occupational
be, I
tax?
mean, if you go,
Occupational tax?
yeah, if you went back one slide. So if you went to zero, basically
0% sales
yeah,
tax, I mean.
right, 0% at the end of 2026, we would be $25 million in the hole.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Hopkinson? Yes, yes.
It's not a question, it's an observation. It's not the first time. For the last 4 years, I have been saying that this board is a rubber stamp board, and we have created a hole for ourselves. That's why we are $28 million in the hole. And now we are struggling. So it's an observation, not a comment.
Madam Chair, Leonard has a question.
Yes, Mr. Leonard, of course you may.
Yes, Ms. Hopkinson, I looked at your special county retailers occupation tax, and I know on the agenda we have a resolution for 0.75%. I understand that. My question is very simple. If that does not pass, if the voters do not pass that, what are we going to do in 2 years?
Close the doors.
I think it's, yeah, you have to cut the budget.
Well, specifically, how are we going to cut the budget? 80% is payroll and benefits. So do we cut employees?
We're cutting employees.
Yep.
Would be up to the board. I mean, I personally would look at operations strategically across the entire county.
Well, I think the reality is we've got to get this retail sales tax, occupation tax passed. If we don't, we're going to have to cut people, plain and simple.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Any other questions on this? Okay, we've had I think probably a 45-minute discussion on this, approximately. I did not keep time, but that seems about right. Are we ready to take the vote, call the question? Yes, okay, very good. Clerk, please,
What's the question?
355.
55, to put it on, there was motion and second already.
But yes,
It's on
we're
display.
we're calling the vote.
Long time ago.
It's just to put it on public display.
Public
Correct.
display.
Was. Allen and Tarver.
Okay,
Okay,
Eating a sandwich.
That was before we all had that delicious
Are we
lunch.
ready?
Oh, wait, we didn't get it.
okay, let's call the roll.
okay, Allen,
Allen, aye.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
For display purposes, yes.
that's what it is. Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford, did you go back online? No. Gums,
For display, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
No.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, no.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
No.
Tarver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Seppi, yes.
Young.
Yes.
Right. 7 days. We got 2, 4, 6. It passes. 10
Passes.
for display. Display it.
Motion passes. Please have a motion and a second to discuss potentially pass item number 24-363.
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Second, please.
Gums will second.
Thank you, Ms. Gums. Ms. Gums, you pulled this.
Yes, thank you. The reason I pulled it is because in executive, we had made an amendment to have it read, the resolution should read and include Exhibit A, which would be the bill itself. And that is not how it reads in the packet. So how it should be, how we agreed to it in executive is, the resolution should read,
He's right.
if I remember the language correctly.
Me.
It was Exhibit A, and it would be the bill attached to Exhibit A, and that we would approve it based on that language.
There was a reason for that. I don't.
Yes, because the reason, if I may, the reason is we don't want to support legislation that is not written yet. So what we're supporting is what we're reading, as opposed to what may or may not become.
Because the legislation could change.
So we are 24-363.
Can I make the motion?
Well, I don't know if I have to make a motion because we already did that in executive.
Get it?
So I'll make a motion to reflect it then, to read Exhibit A, and that Exhibit A would include Senate Bill 2651. It would include the text of Senate Bill 2651 as of today's date.
Deputy will second.
Thank you.
We did.
Sick.
Madam Chair, would then the vote just be specifically on the amendment to add the attachment?
As attached.
And then we would still have a chance to discuss the amendment again, or discuss the
bill, that's
the
correct.
bill again. All right.
That is accurate. Thanks. Chair keeps on jumping back and forth because of the padding underneath. All right, so we have a motion, and I believe, was that seconded, Ms. Gums? Your motion to amend?
Deputy.
Yes, Pepe seconded.
Pepe seconded it.
All right, we have a motion, a second to amend, and I have parliamentarian has had his hands up with some concern.
No, I'm frustrated.
Microphone.
because It's already
Uh,
been,
Microphone.
it was amended.
Microphone.
Microphone, Mr. Kenyon, or Mr. Shepherd.
I believe it was amended at exec, and I believe that in the packet reflects the amended,
It does not.
does not. Okay.
Okay, so we're ready? Okay, so
Right.
this is to amend including Exhibit A. What is the exact language?
It would be the bill, Senate Bill 2651.
As amended, as currently written.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That bill
What
as is
preamble is that
currently
text
written.
going? Is it explained in that resolution or? You're referencing Exhibit A, right? Within that,
It should be within that language. I'm not sure where it should be placed. I'll lean on civil for that, but
Then let's,
Under now therefore be it resolved, is
Yes.
there, would that be appropriate?
Now we're. Pieces.
As reflected in Exhibit A?
As currently printed as of this date.
here's half.
All right. Everybody's clear on that? Let's vote on the amendment to Resolution 24-363. Clerk, please call the roll. Mr. Iqbal, do you have a question?
Yeah, I need more clarification of what is the purpose of this legislation, or why we are supporting this thing. What are we trying to solve?
That'll be the main
Madam Chair
motion.
Combs,
Yes,
if I might. So Mr. Iqbal, what we're doing right now is just amending it. So we got to vote on the amendment first so that we can support or not support. And then after we vote on that amendment, we can have that conversation.
so we're just voting on the amendment.
It is only that we are abiding by what we have in front of us, not what may or may not become.
You'll have plenty of time to discuss the purpose of this, the intent of this bill. All right, clerk, please call the roll. This is for the amendment.
only, okay. Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
not here, Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Yes.
Juby,
Juby, I.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
okay, Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Sturgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Happy, yes.
and Young.
Yes.
That passes.
Okay, it is now. All right, Mr. Iqbal, you want to ask your question?
Yes, ma'am. What's the purpose of this motion and what are we trying to solve?
Would you like to respond to that, Ms. Gums?
I'll actually defer it to you.
Thank you. This bill will allow 101 counties, Cook County exempt, to have the same authority to be able to lease land or a building that is no longer of use for the general county for the public good, solely for the public good. Right now, we have the authority, as you well know, to lease fiber, and that was approved for Kane County to be able to do that. We also have the ability to lease, and I believe all 101 counties have this ability to lease our land for farming and an annual lease, so that we see that on 38, we have property that is currently being used for corn or soybean, that we're able to have, and we have a modest income coming from that. This would be similar, but instead of just being able to lease for fiber, which is very finite for the county, any additional land for the 101 counties, that they could use this for the public good. We would have the opportunity to be able to lease property out, which could be renovated and then used for I'm just using a hypothetical example, a museum or historic home for a visitor center. No.
The way I read it, we can lease property for 99 years.
It can be up for 99 years. That's
Yeah.
correct.
So what is wrong with leasing a property for 99 years? What are we trying to expand?
Well,
Beyond 99?
the land use could be up to, but that can be up to that amount, but it does not have to be that amount. And I will let Mr. Frank reflect on that.
I see what Frank. The purpose of the legislation is to deem or have the state legislature deem this usage to be a public use. So without that, technically speaking, under the county's code, you don't have authority to lease land for that purpose. So without a statute of some sort, like the farming statute, you can't do it. So if the state legislature passes this, then the county could theoretically lease land or property for what looks like public good, including music, performing arts, recreation, sports training, and or competition, museums, as well as ancillary type issues. That's what the expansion is.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
So with this, Madam Chair, with this, probably the intent, as I understand, is to buy Cougars.
I'm sorry, to do what?
The Cougar Stadium. Is that a question, underlying question behind, underneath
That-
this?
That is not the question of the intent of this bill. If I may, and Ms. Juby, I do see your hand up. This bill has been supported fully by the state Senate. It was fully supported by the members of ISACO. So this is a statewide bill that could have an impact for Kane County if the board approves what that land lease may be. But directly to the Kane County Cougars, that is under the full control and ownership property of the Kane County Forest Preserve District, and that is a separate taxing body. The Kane County Board has no authority on that. That is not part of the current question. We have no authority on that at all.
No, I know we don't have authority, but are we trying to get authority?
I can't speak to that for the
Okay.
intent of this
All
bill.
right. All right.
Right now, the concern that I have is the Amasa House, which is one of the oldest houses we have here in Kane County that we have no public use for. So, Ms. Juby.
It's the Amasa White House. Amasa is his first name, White is his last name. I have problems with this, with the addition to this bill because there are no hard guidelines for what they consider rehabilitation or restoration. It's very subjective. And I think that there's nothing about an internal tear down with this. There's nothing about do the properties themselves, are they included in the significance of either scenic or historic? I just find that there's no guidelines. It's way too vague for me from a person who appreciates rehabbing architecture. So I will not be supporting this bill at all.
Okay.
Madam Chair Gums,
Yes, Ms. Gums.
just a little history on this, because I know there was a question in public comment about the fact that it had not passed. So just the history on it. Our lobbyists obviously have been working with this. But on the 31st of May of this year, it did go to rules. It did pass through Senate unanimously and it got stuck in House in the rules. The reason why we are bringing this up is because it will likely come before them again in the veto session, which is, coming up pretty soon. With all due respect to my colleague, Ms. Juby, I am supportive of this legislation. I think there's an opportunity for many counties. Yeah, there's some details that someone might not agree with, like the 99-year issue. That might be an issue for somebody. But when the public is asking us to look for opportunities, sometimes we have to have legislation to go with that. To your point on the Cougars, I have the same question as you do. We've all heard those rumors about the Cougars, and in the future, if that is a possibility, this legislation, I believe, would help us do that. We're not there yet. We haven't got consensus from anybody on anything that relates to the Cougars. But we can talk about it, like we can have this conversation so it's not in the shadows, right?
All right, are we ready to call the question on this?
That's what we're out.
Please call the roll.
Okay, as amended.
As amended.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
Please come back to me.
Berman,
Yes.
Doherty,
Or yes.
Davis,
Davis, yes.
Ford. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, yes.
Juby,
Should be no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius, Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Lewis, yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
No.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surgis, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Deputy, yes.
Young.
No.
Passes.
Bates, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Still passes. 3 nays.
Okay, we have a few more to go through yet. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly approve item number 24-365? Second, please. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Tarver.
I brought this up because I appreciate this program and how it's working. Obviously, it's impacting direct services to our low-income residents. My concern is that it's going to only run into September 30th at the end of this month. Are there any other opportunities through ARPA to fund this through the end of this year? And that was my question.
Yes, Mike.
Mike Sikoza from KDOT. The entire program is not ending. The only portion that's ending is the federal funds that are allocated to provide rides to disabled, or low-income riders. So the disabled riders will still be able to get rides.
But those with low income will not.
It came from the Job Access Reverse Commute Funds, and those have been expended.
And what is the additional income from October, November, and December to help those folks with low income to still get them ride support to the end of the year?
So that we didn't just tell them one day that there's not a ride.
I understand.
Yeah, so part of that's coming from ARPA and part of it will come from our budget.
I'll take all of
Ms. Chuby, yes,
So
please.
weren't there, I'm sorry, may I address?
Oh,
So
absolutely.
weren't there several people that were actually moved to a different forum so that we only have a couple people now that will be looking for transportation to their jobs?
Correct. And when these parties were brought into the program, they were told that this was kind of this was a limited time, kind of a lump funding that we would get. And so it would only last as long as it lasted.
All right. Any other
Davis
questions?
here.
Yes, Mr. Davis.
And Mike is ably answering these questions. We've done everything we can to provide warning about this and a soft landing, including extending funding beyond the time that it would have expired. I know that KDOT staff is investigating every avenue possible for future funding to return it, and we did successfully get it down to pretty close to single digits in terms of people affected at this point. So we're not giving up, but it's tough times.
Yes. Yes,
I
Ms. Bates.
believe Mr. Tarver's question included ARPA funds. Did I hear that right?
That was one of the questions, if the
Uh-huh.
remaining people who are still impacted could be used through ARPA. Yes.
Is there any? I'll ask
Oh,
that.
I might.
I think that's a separate discussion from this resolution right now. If perhaps that may be something to consider. If there's any
Sanchez
other
here, just very quickly, the time it would take to put that kind of usage together, we just don't have. So we did fund to an extent the Ride and Kane program with ARPA funds previously.
Okay, thank you for that answer. All right, hearing no other comments, clerk, please call the roll. And this is on 24-365.
Allen,
Allen, I.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Oh, yes.
Davis.
Davis, yes.
Thank you. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Equal, yes.
okay, Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Lewis,
Yes.
Linder,
Linder, yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman, Surges, Carver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe, yes.
Young.
Yes.
Passes.
We made it through consent.
Well,
Here we go.
Speed. Be done before sunset.
We have a few more.
A lot more.
Okay.
Move it fast.
I'm an optimist. Let's go. May I have a motion, a second to approve, discuss and possibly approve item number 24-377?
Sanchez moves.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Discussion. Yes, Mr. Berman.
I propose a motion, an amendment to the resolution. The decision of the Finance Committee to present to the county board a 1%.
I think you're on the
We're
wrong
we're
one.
on we're on the Flag Day Monument, 24-377.
I'm sorry.
Do you have a comment on that?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine. Long meeting. Yes, sir.
Madam
think
Chair,
it's got-
Sanchez here. I have gotten a couple of questions on this one. I think there is in reading the risk assessment for this project, it might seem as if that this project doesn't actually qualify for funds. That would be true if the main request were to be to fund the actual construction portion that is not completed yet. What they're actually requesting that isn't necessarily specified in the risk assessment itself, they're asking for reimbursement for some of the marketing type efforts that they conducted during the pandemic. So they are asking for reimbursement for eligible expenses under the ARPA guidelines, not anything that is risky as outlined in the risk assessment from EY. So hopefully that answers like maybe the biggest question people have about this project. That's all I have at this moment.
Any, yes, Mr. Tarver.
Yeah, I have a couple comments. I wrote a statement. Living in Batavia, I've seen this project come to fruition from before the project broke ground in 2022 until the ribbon cutting in October of 23. In fact, I was approached to become a member of the board, and I support many organizations in Batavia, including the Batavia Veterans of a Foreign War, where our Boy Scout troop is chartered. The Boy Scout troop volunteered at the breaking of ground and assisted in the grand opening celebration. I contributed to the financial support by purchasing a brick and memorabilia, and I attended a community educational event highlighting this project and its mission and vision. I know the project has had a positive impact on our community and our veterans. I am a booster member of the Batavia VFW Post 1197, and I'm also the proud stepfather of a U.S. Army Purple Heart veteran, and I'm the proud stepfather of a 20-year serviceman, Senior Master Sergeant, who spent 17 years in the U.S. Army and is now serving in the U.S. Space Force, which is a branch of the armed forces organized under the Department of the Air Force, similar to how the Marine Corps is organized under the Department of the U.S. Navy. As a volunteer with Suicide Prevention Services of America for over 19 years, I have seen the impact the pandemic has had on our community. Providing services for direct mental health services in our community is my top priority. This is a worthwhile and meaningful project, and I want this project to be successful, as it will, no doubt, having lasting and immeasurable impact. I have spent many hours researching this proposal, and I have carefully reviewed the information provided to the county. I appreciate Austin Dempsey's advocacy on behalf of the project. I have read his letter to Kane County's ARPA program manager and listened to his impassioned appeals to the members of the ARPA committee and to the executive committee and today to this board. I am trying to fully understand how this proposal does meet the ARPA requirements, and I'm trying to assess the level of risk to the county. I'm trying to determine if the Batavia area was disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Here's what I know for sure. ARPA money is taxpayer money managed by the federal government through ARPA and the U.S. Department of the Treasury. It is not free money. I am a taxpayer, and the citizens of Batavia and Kane County are taxpayers. If this board approves a proposal that does not meet the requirements, the federal government will deny the proposal and will require the county, the taxpayers, to return the money. The Fox Valley FPO will not have to pay the money back, and the taxpayers will have to pay the money back. As a board member, it is my job to ensure ARPA proposals meet the requirements and have minimal risk of being denied, ensuring minimal risk to the taxpayers of Kane County. And I am responsible and accountable to the taxpayers. Again, I want to support this project and help me to specifically understand Box C, which describes two options addressing risk considerations and revenue replacement, a term which I understand to be a flexible expenditure category, a term that appears to be associated with a high degree of risk to taxpayers. As it is currently written, I am concerned with the degree of risk associated with this proposal.
All right. And Ms. Von Stock, I think you would probably be able to respond to that, those concerns brought forward by Mr. Tarver regarding risk assessment. And if you can get closer to your microphone.
It's not on.
Is it on?
Here it is.
There you go.
Suzanne Fonstack with the ARPA program. This project was assessed by EY and was found to be eligible under two specific sections in the guidelines, and that's for open space and tourism. And that's what it's approved under. It's for direct funding and not recoupment. It was not recommended for recoupment funding. It was recommended for direct funding.
Does that answer your question, sir?
I don't see that under Project C. It says recommended for revenue replacement.
Can you answer
I
that,
have
please?
the assessment in front of me. Maybe I can send it to Blair and he can share it.
It's on page 535.
The font's too big.
Under C, the county should consider revenue replacement.
if that's the case, there are no recoupment funds. It's.
I'm sorry, Suzanne, I can
Yes.
hardly hear you.
What I was saying, that if that's what the board is gonna go with, it's, there are no recoupment funds. Again, this project was eligible specifically under section open space in tourism for a specific period of time. It can't be for anything that may have been or is being planned to be spent in 2024 or beyond. And I believe that recoupment would be suggested for any costs that may be incurred in 2024 and beyond 2024. What is eligible is for what was spent during the pandemic, which would be in 2022 and 2023.
Blair, can you go to the next page and show section E? Because that covers what Suzanne is talking about.
And Mr. Frank had his hands up. Mr. Frank?
I hate to do this, but can we go back to the previous page? So C is something I always want to kind of call your attention to. So these are the risk considerations. So EY does not formally quote approve of a project. What they do is they tell you what to consider, and then you all are the ones that decide. The reason they're recommending, revenue replacement is for the reasons of option 1 and option 2. If you go, they do talk about the specific two categories. So for example, the last sentence of option A or option 1 says the county could also argue that this project is a tourism effort and that monument would be substantial tourist draw to contribute to the overall cost. So they're saying you could argue that, but you are the ones who have to decide if it actually is a tourism draw. And if ever asked, you would need to show the evidence of that. So this is where EY, I really, really need you all to hesitate on accepting EY as an approval process. That's not what they do. They give you a risk assessment. You all have to decide if, given the risk assessments, you are comfortable with the risk. And if you are, then you should approve it. And if you're not, then you should deny it.
Yes, first, and then Mr. Sturgis, yes.
And so again, I do want to go back to my original statement. The risks they're outlining there in section C really have to do with the actual building of the monument, and not for the types of reimbursements that they are actually seeking. So what they are actually seeking are eligible expenses as far as we can assess and tell. And they don't really have anything to do with that capital type component.
Mr. Sturgis.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is really an interesting situation. While Mr. Sanchez and the committee have come forward and said, not a problem, it's qualified. Mr. Tepe brought forth, I would rather spend the money on helping people rather than a monument, even though the monument could help individuals, and I get that. I did ride on the wall situation and I saw that firsthand. On the other hand, I had a long conversation, as I typically do if it's in somebody else's district. I called Mr. Tarver and I had a conversation and asked, is he in support of this or against it? How would he like, this to go? On the other hand, Mayor Zilke, if that's how you say his name, I apologize. Shelke has been really a great partner to us here at the board. So I'm really at a loss for this. And if somebody's asking me personally, how are you going to vote? I don't have enough skin in this game. So I would back Mr. Tarver, whichever way he would like to go for his district on this particular issue.
Yes, Mr. Berman.
Berman, I'm speaking in favor of the issue. I think over the years, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on old barns and buildings to represent what we had in the past. Here's something that is certainly, as a veteran, I think is outstanding for us to have for the future. And it's an educational opportunity also. You can go there and you can find out from every significant episode in our country over the last 200 some years of how important the flag is to us and how important it is to, certainly to the veterans of them. So I think that even though it's a considerable amount of money, and it's, you know, it's coming out of tax dollars from somewhere, but I think it's a great expenditure for our future. And I want to support 100%.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bates?
My father was a colonel in the Army. He was a lifelong reserve officer. Every Wednesday night, he put on his coat with the medals on it and the hat with the gold filigree on it, and went out to Reserve Officers Training Corps. Every summer, he went 2 weeks to serve while I was a kid till I don't know how old I was. And I feel I also did a non-scientific poll on Facebook asking my friends on Facebook. I said, please help us spend this money wisely. It's your money. What can you tell me? Mental health versus the monument. And I got 39 comments and 100% said, please spend it on mental health. The monument, we honor, we love our veterans. Thank you for our peace and freedom. And yet every single one of these people, totally non-scientific, but I needed the help from whatever constituents I could reach. And 100% said, please put this into mental health, not the bricks, not the foundation.
Mr. Linder, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. You know, I think the monument's a great thing. We're honoring the flag and honoring the veterans who have fought to defend the flag. I get all of that. But there's no question in my mind that the money they're asking for has already been spent and paid for. And therefore, they had a way of paying for it. And now they're asking to get that money back, which obviously they'll use for future expenses, which are not actually allowed under this. I just think there's a better way. I'm going to vote no, because I just think this is a little bit around the corner, because it's got pulling at some heartstrings and some political strings. I just think there has to be a better way. I think the 300,000 of ARPA funds could better be used for mental health directly, rather than a tangential mental health benefit of the monument.
All right. Yes, Mr. Roth, and then on Ms. Gums.
I guess one question, and it'd be directed towards the ARPA. We have 3 months left to make a determination. And I'd hate us to kill this and then find out we lose the money.
I actually wanted to make a point related to that, Madam Chair, if I
Yes,
may. I know
of
I've
course.
spoken a couple times already. That is a serious consideration, is the timeline constraints that we have right now. So if we were to say no to this $300,000, essentially that $300,000 isn't going to go into something related to mental health, because we don't have time to develop a project like that. It's going to go into one of the various capital projects that we've been funding. We call them our Plan B projects. So things like the HVAC systems at the jail, all those other projects, that's where that $300,000 is going to go. So if you'd rather see it go to mental health, I don't think there is a way to do that with the timeline constraints that we have. And I was corrected slightly. I apologize. There was a capital component, but it was completed during the pandemic. So yes, there was some construction that occurred, but it was during the period of performance for ARPA. So it is completely eligible. As you can see under option 1, it wasn't something that brought us in option 2. And then the other part is the advertising and marketing that they completed during that time as well. So the entire request is eligible as far as we're able to determine.
Okay, very good. Yes.
Gums. Thank you. I respect all of my colleagues, their positions. I know we've all struggled with our allocation here today, hence my previous votes. I think it's tricky for all of us to come to a conclusion here, but I'm going to support this because I fundamentally believe that the space in which we're talking about is really good for mental health, not only for our veterans, but just regular everyday people. I also think that I'm trying to look forward and ignore some of the bad things that I have in my brain. And I just see this as an asset to mental health. We argue all the time about how, our park districts and our parks are good for mental health. We argue that our river is good for mental health. We argue all those things. And I believe truly that this is good for mental health too. We may disagree on how to allocate these funds, but I'm in full support of this, so.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Tepe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's hard to, in any way, shape, or form, vote against anything that relates to veterans, okay? But this to me is not an issue that is really in that category. I believe the comments that Ms. Bates made and that Mr. Linder made, that we need to look more at putting these funds, whatever we've got left, into things that are going to help people here today. So I will be voting against this, and I urge my fellow board members to vote against this one too.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Juby?
may I, before Mr. Sanchez leaves, may I ask a question clarifying something that he said about, that we will not have any, that we have no backups outside of internal projects. So all the people that have presented to the ARPA before for external grants, we don't keep them on a list. So everything automatically defaults to an internal project. Because I know of several places that didn't even get consideration that were shovel ready.
Exactly what you're referring
Well,
to.
you just said that we wouldn't be able to spend the money other than by putting it into our capital projects because we don't have time to do anything. So you just said that we can't even give it to any other external grant applications, only internal because of the time.
We have a serious time constraint. There's a process we have to go
Sanchez,
through.
we need to get you closer. Oh, you're on a microphone.
Yeah, sorry. The serious time constraint because a risk assessment for any project has to be conducted. And that could take anywhere from a week to month and a half or longer, depending on the nature of the project.
So
So,
those have already been done for the internal projects?
yeah.
We've already done risk assessment on internal projects,
Or
but
if-
not on external
Or,
projects?
or if a risk assessment hasn't been fully completed, it's in the same similar nature to projects we've already approved. So we know that they're going to be eligible.
Well, I'm sorry, I just don't understand why we would do risk assessment on external or internal and not external. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I talked briefly with Ms. Fonstock and Mr. Sanchez. They may not agree with me ultimately on this, but I think I need to make a recommendation to you all. The simple fact of the matter is the actual request does include $150,000 towards the construction that was done during COVID. If you look at option 2 above, it says, if construction on the Flag Day Monument has not yet been completed, which I believe is true, then it would be unlikely to fulfill the requirements of the final rule. Access to public spaces was related to spending time outside during the pandemic and an aid to tourism, which is limited to attractions that existed prior to the pandemic. I have no real concerns as it relates to the marketing. I understand the reasonings for that. If you all want to supply that, I would tell you that I think to fund the construction would run real risks associated with this being an improper use, which is why I think they were advocating for revenue replacement as opposed to direct spending. So however you guys want to handle it, I'll leave it to you, but I do want to caution you on the construction side of this. At least it appears to me, based on the general language of option 2 there, that the construction would not qualify, but the marketing, I'm almost assuredly would.
I have a question to that point, Gums.
Okay, well, please. Yes.
So reading option 1, would you suggest that since it was, it reads that it was completed before the end of the pandemic and it would qualify under option 1? I'm just a little confused.
So it says if. So my understanding of this is that it's either just finished or was it, somebody can tell me factually, was this
been
done? Okay, was it done during the pandemic? Was it available?
That,
Been
Ms.
completed,
Fonstock,
constructed, all of it?
Ms. Fonstock, can you come up here, please? And we have got Mr. Dempsey.
I
has
could
been
answer.
here.
There was a ribbon cutting on October 2023. That's when it officially opened up to the community.
That was my understanding, was that the opening of the monument was done after COVID had kind of largely ended. So again, this comes back to your all's judgment. But if anyone ever said anything about this, you would have to justify how it fits within the final rule. And so that's why I'm telling you, I think there's a real risk here, which is why I think EY said you should consider revenue replacement as opposed to direct spending.
Ms. Fonstock,
Madam Chair, this project was assessed, and the only reason, let me put it this way, what was approved and found to be eligible had to have been completed during the pandemic. And in this case, we would only be funding what was constructed, whether it's complete, that the project has been completed or not, whatever was constructed in 2022 and 2023, and whatever marketing expenses they incurred during those 2 years as well. I don't know, Mr. Dempsey can speak to the progress on the project, whether they have completed construction of everything that they planned on constructing. I'm not sure, but this project and these funds are only for what was spent during the pandemic, which would have been in 2022 and 2023 for construction and marketing.
And if I may ask a question, Mr. Ethman, perhaps you can answer this question with the health department, or you could find out quickly. When was the pandemic when did the governor of Illinois say that the pandemic is
11th.
over with?
May 11th, 2023.
May 11th, 2023. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like to call the question, please. We're going to lose quorum at 3:00.
Yes, we have one
And
comment.
One of the problems in mental health is isolation. If you can bring people together and talk, veterans, children, mothers, dads, and they feel like they're part of something. That flag is very, I still feel good saying the Pledge of Allegiance because this country is the best there is. It's not the perfect use of the money, but if it can bring people together and they can talk, it's part of a solution to mental health because people get isolated and they think nobody cares. Bring them there, and maybe we'll even teach the youth that tomorrow why this country is so great. But if it won't pass that test, I think it's not a perfect good use of the money, but a good use.
Thank you. Mr. Frank, do you have any other additional comments?
Just the only thing I'll say is, with all due respect to Ms. Fonstock, I just don't agree with that interpretation. The issue is that the final rule means you need to aid tourism during the pandemic. So I would very much like to hear the facts of what was done, what was available to the public during that time, because if those factual concerns can be alleviated, I'm happy to say then the risk substantially goes down. But if it's not the case, then I would tell you that the reason EY is telling you revenue replacement is because there was no actual final rule. I have no quarrel with, the reasons on why it's a good thing or anything like that. All I'm simply talking about is what fits the ARPA standards under the final rule.
Okay, so we have finite amount of time and lots to talk about yet. And this has been long discussion. So we need to bring this to a conclusion. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, somebody called the question.
I called the question. We've had 3 people talk since I called the question.
Let her have, please.
So you want me to remove my motion to call the question? Because I thought once we called the question, we were done with debate.
No.
You're recognized.
Nice though.
There's a
Hold on.
2/3 vote.
So I wasn't recognized when I made a motion.
I don't
Okay, that's
want
good
to
to
get
know.
into, are we done discussing this? There was a question. Let's call the vote.
Dr. Silva had her.
Dr. Silva did have her hand up.
Thank
please.
you. I'm sorry. I want to vote yes. And I think that when it comes to communities that are having significant issues, when it comes to the Latino community, please come to Latinos and ask us what we need. When it comes to the veterans, I would love to go to the veterans, and the veterans have spoken to what they need, and I would like to stand by that. However, I am hearing from the sitting board member and our state's attorney that this could possibly be something that we would be responsible for paying back. And under legal advisement, I don't know how I can vote yes unless we have the specifics that the state's attorney alluded to. Specifically, what was it used for during the pandemic?
All right, well, that question, let's bring up Mr. Dempsey to answer that question. I understand she called the
Yeah,
question,
so
but we have other.
Madam Chair, just take a vote on whether or not to call the question, since that's what we're gonna do. Take a vote on whether to call the question. If that's voted down, then you can continue debate.
Thank you. So, all right, we're calling the vote on, would you like to end this conversation, to take the vote, or would you like to have Mr. Dempsey present
one
the information
question
that was
on-
requested?
Could I ask a question on the calling the question to the,
Questions?
yeah, my question is to Mr. Shepro, when one person moves and the other person
I'll defer to this.
interferes and say, call the question, what is the
Protocol?
Robert's rule on the number of votes that one has to, is it proper for a third party to say, cut the debate off? Or either should be the mover of the motion that should do that?
The motion to move the previous question, which is essentially call the vote, is a debatable motion.
Yeah.
So, I can't say I've ever had to think about it, but I think that in fact, if people are not ready to vote on the motion to call the main motion, then you'll have to have a motion to call the question on the motion to call the question.
All right.
Could you put that on a?
That's, all right. So right now, at the suggestion of Mr. Frank,
Hey, there's also there is in the county.
You can take a debate, you can have a debate on this. So the answer to your question is, if you have a question about her motion, feel free. But you can see where the layers get thick here, people. So either finish the debate or go ahead and debate over whether to call the question, your all's choice.
There's also a county code provision that does say that no member shall speak more than twice on any subject. And so in theory, if you exhausted that and the only people who want to speak are people who've already spoken more than twice, then they would be out of order. And the question could be called.
so
Who seconded Juby's?
do we have a set? All right, so
Somebody second
I'm
that?
back here at 9, so I'll just.
And I guess one more comment is that in order to continue to debate, calling the question does not allow you to talk about the merits of what is being called. It's only about the merits of calling the vote, and anything else is out of order.
So
Oh, boy.
with that, can we do an aye vote or nay vote?
No.
Can we do a voice vote?
Juby made to call the question.
Mr. Frank, to continue on, may we call just voice vote? Yeah, you may.
That was a second.
Let's go ahead and do a voice vote.
Okay, let's do a voice vote. All in favor of calling the question aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh,
I think the noes have.
So
it.
because it's close enough, just call roll call.
Roll call. Oh, I love roll call.
So this is on Juby's motion
Motion
to call the
Who
question.
seconded the motion to call the question?
There a second? All right, thank you.
There wasn't one or there is one?
This is just to call the question.
Roth will second it.
And it,
Now we have a point of order,
Well,
yes.
For the question, we are moving the previous moving to the previous question. Is that correct?
What?
Let's call the question.
We're-
It
we're-
says here that you cannot interrupt. It has to have a second. There is no debate. You can't amend it, and it requires a 2/3 majority.
Well, yes, I stand corrected on the first point, Mr. Caius, you are correct.
That we can't debate it,
Okay,
and that it requires, if we go to vote, it's a 2/3 majority to call the question.
all right. Let's,
it.
okay, voice vote. You need 2/3 to call the question.
Roll call.
all right.
We're calling
And
the
who
question.
made that motion and second initially for?
I
this
made the
one?
motion to save time so that we
Mr.
would have
Roth.
quorum.
Mr.
Roth seconded.
Right. Ellen,
could you come back to me?
Oh,
Yes. call
not
the
fair.
question. No.
Not fair.
It's no.
No.
Bates, no, thank you. Berman,
No.
hang on a second. It's going the wrong way here. Doherty,
Yes.
Davis. Ford is not here. Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby,
Juby, yes.
Kenyon,
Oh.
Yes,
Caius,
yes.
Leonard. It, Lewis,
He's gone.
she's gone. Linder,
Linder, yes.
Lena,
Molina, no.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Okay, he's got to be loud in.
Mr. Sanchez, do we have your permission to allow Mr. Sanchez to attend remotely?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. Silva,
No.
Strathman,
Yes.
Surges, Tarver, Debbie,
Yes.
Williams, no, Young.
Yes.
The yeses here, but two
Okay, so we're calling the question.
We need 15 or 10 of the 15
no.
for 2/3 majority.
Okay, hang on.
Two-thirds.
It was
Hang
12
on,
to
1, 2,
6.
3, 4,
Exactly
5.
2/3.
Well, no, no,
No, do we have?
Hang on.
I counted 15. All right.
Huh?
No, they locked the
I have
building.
12-6.
12-6, exactly 2/3.
Did Miss Allen vote?
Sturgis, what happened?
She said. come back to her.
Oh,
Please,
Miss Allen?
board members. Miss Allen, did you vote yet? You have not yet voted.
Allen, no.
It loses. All right.
12-7.
Here we go. It's still debatable. Mr. Dempsey is here to present his facts on whether or not it was presented. If there was opportunities to tour the facility before the pandemic was shut down in May 11th, 2023.
It's not turned on.
Thank you for your time. Apologize for the controversial topic, but it was a multi-year construction project. The majority of the construction began in 2022 and was completed in 2023. There were multiple events from 2020 through 2023, including a groundbreaking event, multiple Flag Day celebrations at the site. It was a tourist attraction, and a majority of the construction costs were in the period of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
How to make an SAO squirm.
Okay, so are we ready now to call the question?
Sure.
Oh, all right, let's call the vote. And this is on item number 24-377, Flag Day Monument.
Ellen,
Allen, no.
Bates,
No.
Berman,
Berman, yes.
Doherty,
Wait, no.
Davis. Ford's not here. Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Iqbal, no.
Juby, Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, no.
Leonard's not here. Lewis, Linder. Mr. Linder,
Sorry, no.
okay, thank you. Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman, Surges, Tarver,
No.
Tepe,
No.
Williams, and Young.
Yes.
All right.
This is 4,
5, 6,
8.
11 nays. 8 ayes, fails.
It fails.
11.
Okay.
Went down with a fight.
Motion fails. Mr. Dempsey, I have to say thank you so much for your time that you spent here today with us. All right, may I take a motion a second to approve item number 24-378?
Bates?
Gumsel second.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing no discussion? Yes, yes, sir. Mr. Surges.
Madam Chair, again, I am not comfortable with this at all. For the reasons I stated, both at finance and again, exact. I do believe that we needed to spell out within this a percentage for the cost of living versus a percentage for a merit increase pursuant to our own guidelines and recommendations. This doesn't do that. I've been assured by this board multiple times that this is just a placeholder that we can revisit. I'm in disagreement with that once this is passed, we really don't have the ability to go back and modify it later. But with that, I will be voting against this and reminding people later what they said and what they told us. So.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Ms. Bates?
Deferring to Mr. Surges, could we send this back to Human Resources?
Ask for that multiple times.
I motion we move it back to Human Resources.
Second. Alan, second.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move this back to Human Resources. And now we have Ms. Hopkinson's up to discuss this, and then we'll take a vote on the motion to amend this motion and to move it to a date certain, which is what date are we certain that it's going to be discussed?
We can discuss it without vote as soon as tomorrow. And have information put together that I'm sure we can move to finance. Even if we needed to call a special meeting to do that.
Okay, so you'll be motioning to move it to tomorrow, which is the 12th.
Assuming this passes to be moved back.
Correct. Yeah.
You're not moving the ordinance.
It's gonna change.
You're just going to create a
Open a
discussion.
discussion.
Well, even that's going to have an agenda issue we can talk about later. I would just tell you, you need to move this ordinance for purposes of today. Move this ordinance to something that's not within the 48-hour window. So if you want to go to finance, you can go to finance. That's fine.
Okay. To move to finance. All right, we've got, Ms. Hopkinson and then, yes, Ms. Hopkinson moving the ordinance.
So two things I just want to point out. We did build in a 2.5 cost of living into the budget. So it's built in, right? It's built in already. So my question would be, if this gets postponed, then, I mean, does that come out of the budget that we just put on display? And then the second question that I had, and it's really just, is this a question to say that the 2.5% that's built in should be broken into components, or is this 1% for cost of living and 1% for merit? Because I thought after executive last week, the question was adding on merit on top of the cost of living.
If I may.
Well, hold on a second. We have other people who are waiting. Mr. Berman, I think you had your hand up.
Was that a question that
Concern.
went unanswered?
Yeah.
If we're talking about increasing the amount, it's gonna change what we've already agreed to on the budget, so.
Okay, anybody else on this ordinance? Yeah, hold on, Mr. Frank. Yes, Mr. Surges, you wanted to respond to that?
I would defer to Mr. Frank by all means, but I would be happy to answer after him.
So in regards to the first question, no. So ultimately, this can still pass before the final budget vote. As long as this ultimately gets passed at contemporaneous to the actual budget, then we're fine. So if you push this back for another month, that's perfectly fine. It's not going to hurt anything. But you just can't do it really for tomorrow.
But
Could
it
it
could
be
be-
brought up during old business as a discussion item tomorrow?
Was it?
Jamie, answer.
That's gonna be discussed, but.
Let's not do that. Let's just put it into finance and it can be dealt with.
Take this
later.
offline and hold the door open a bit if we.
Let's take it offline.
Okay.
Okay, offline, all right. so
And then to answer,
there's still a motion to move this ordinance.
Yes, to finance.
To
So
finance.
I will stop.
And what is the date of that meeting?
I don't have the date.
September 25th.
September 25th. Okay. Motion to move ordinance 2437-8 for further
Second.
discussion to finance.
Okay,
Uh,
right.
At
Move
9
it, we'll
a.m.
have to either withdraw her motion or agree to the suggested amendment.
Agree to the suggestion.
Okay, so you agree to moving it to finance September 25th
At 9 a.m.
at 9 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Surgis's second concurs.
Okay, so we're ready to take the vote unless there's further discussion on moving this to September 25th Finance Committee. Okay, this is a motion to move this. All right,
Motion to refer.
refer. Thank you. Refer to finance.
Okay.
Language. Ready?
Yep. Ellen,
Aye.
Bates,
Bates, yes.
Berman,
No.
Doherty.
Doherty, aye.
Okay, Davis. You're gone. Ford's gone. Gums,
Yes.
Iqbal,
Paul, yes.
Juby, she's gone.
She's gone.
Yep. Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Yes.
Leonard. He's also gone.
yes.
Oh, thank you.
Juby's gone to obedience.
Lewis is gone. Let Juby's online. Okay. I'll come back to her. Linder,
Linder is yes.
Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
I'm sorry, Dale. Yes.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
My apologies, Dale, yes.
Surges, Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
No.
Williams is gone.
one,
Mr.
Smith.
Young,
No.
okay, Ms. Juby,
Thank you.
can you?
I don't have a
Miss-
reason, one of the four to do it, so I
Oh.
can't vote.
Oh,
Oh, let's.
Miss Chuby, you have permission to allow Miss Chuby into?
I
the
don't
room?
have a recognized reason to
requesting.
vote.
She
I'm
just
not
left.
requesting remote.
Oh, okay,
Okay, okay.
okay.
Was sick of
Going to obedience.
That's not in the statute.
So it passes.
Says-
3 nays.
Okay, so the ordinance will be moved to September 25th Finance Committee for further consideration. All right, may I please have a motion and a second to pass item number 24379?
Caius moves.
Tarver seconds.
Thank you both.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Berman.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this until the October meeting. Until the October meeting.
Okay, what October meeting are we discussing?
The board.
Meeting.
County board meeting. Very good.
There's a second.
Is there a second? Yes.
Second, yeah.
Yes, we've got it second. Thank you, Mr. Young.
And that would be October 8th at 9:45.
October
Okay, we're referring it to
COB meeting. Okay.
Motion to postpone.
Postpone.
Not refer.
I'll
postpone.
look at it.
Because the finance committee's queue is full of moving to their department.
All right. Any discussion on this? Yes.
May
yes.
I, this is Caius. May I ask why?
Why not?
I think
Buddy, please, so we can get through here.
Next meeting might be
There's a
longer.
question. Mr. Berman, are you ready to answer that or would you like?
I'll have our executive director answer.
Okay, please.
It was recommended. I mean, historically, if you look back, we've always voted on this at the same time that it's been put on display, but the state's attorney is recommending that we postpone this today because we had a separate resolution to put it on display.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Reason why. Okay, okay, with that, clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, this is to postpone, correct?
Postpone.
Ellen, until
October 8th.
10/8 county board meeting.
Correct. County board meeting.
Miss Ellen,
Alan, I.
Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Burn, yes.
Doherty,
Yes.
Gavist. Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Paul, yes.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Caius,
Caius, yes.
Leonard.
Leonard, yes.
Thank you.
Linder,
Linder.
yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Molina,
Molina, yes.
Roth,
But yes,
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
thank you. Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges. Oh, he's away.
He left.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Happy yes.
Young,
Yes.
passes.
All right. Motion.
Okay,
Yay.
we're almost done.
Thank you for speeding that one.
So- Oh, God, we're never gonna get done. Item number 24380.
No, we just voted on the amendment.
Oh, we voted on the amendment to move. Thank you, sir. I'm afraid I'm going a little brain dead.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I think all of us, long meetings.
Well, it's moved.
No,
No,
that's
It's moved. Okay.
All right,
It wasn't
that's
an
it.
amendment. It was,
Good enough.
It was just,
it was a motion to send it to
All right.
postpone it.
all right. So now we have I need a motion, a second to discuss 24-380.
Sanchez moves.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Okay, a second.
Discussion.
Mr. Berman.
Yes, Mr.
Come
Berman.
in here. Thank you, Madam Chair. It was the recommendation of the Finance Committee to the Executive Committee of a 1% tax, not a 0.75 tax. So my motion would be to amend this to a 1% tax.
There is a motion to amend. Is there a second?
I have a
Happy
question.
seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Tepe. Seconds, discussion.
You had a question?
Gums, I have a question. Just for clarity, are you saying that we passed it through executive at 1%? Because I don't think that's accurate.
Oh, he said the
No, I
finance.
said,
What's it changing?
Okay, thank you. Never mind.
Madam
Word.
Chair, Leonard has a question.
Yes, Mr. Leonard.
Yes, I thought that we had approved at the finance meeting 0.75% for the retail occupational tax, not 1%. So I'm not understanding where Mr. Berman's coming
Mr.
from,
Leonard is
where
correct.
that was changed.
That's amendment.
This is an amendment?
Put it back.
Now, Mr. Leonard's point, I believe, is that he is disputing that it was the recommendation of the Finance Committee to do 1%.
Correct.
Yeah.
I believe that was our original motion that. Doesn't
It was the original.
Microphone?
My proposal was to amend it. If I was mistaken, I'm sorry.
You're right.
Exactly.
That you just strike the portion about it being the recommendation of the Finance Committee and simply be your motion to amend.
Okay, very good. Okay, motion to amend to 1%.
Then
Uh,
my
is
second
that
stance,
clear?
my second stance.
Uh,
my
Mr.
second
Tepe
stance.
still
That was the
seconds that. All right, do we have any discussion on this? No, I see no discussion. Mr. Tepe?
Madam Chair, I'll just include the same thing that I said at the executive committee, which is essentially that 0.75% is going to bring in $51 million. Before we began paring down this year's, the budget for 2025, primarily with ARPA funds, we were at a deficit of 35 million. Okay, we really didn't get any significant changes from any of the departments. They didn't come forth with any changes after we asked them to. And in fact, so many of them said that we have mandated services, and the way to deliver those mandated services is with the budget that they presented us. So we would be $35 million in the, we would have used $35 million worth of reserves had we not used ARPA funds. It's projected for 26, so we're going to need $40 million in reserves. And at the same time, we need to start building up a building fund. We've only got one chance to go to people for a sales tax increase, and going at it for 1% is the only thing that makes sense to me. So, like Mr. Iqbal, I've been talking about this for 4 years now. I saw this crisis happening because of the way we were utilizing COVID funds. Okay, and we just need to properly finance this county. And that, in my opinion, is the way to do it. Thank you.
Yes, Dr.
Thank
Sullivan.
you. I have to agree. Please don't shoot me. I haven't voted for a tax increase, but this is a great way for people to decide for themselves. And I wouldn't be against the 1%, 0.75%, whatever we decide, but this is a great way to put it back into the hands of the constituents for them to decide. Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree. We are putting this in the hands of constituents. I don't think at this time we've made a very strong organized argument that would justify 1%. You got to consider that's going to be a shock factor. And if it doesn't go through this time, we're really going to be in a situation where we have to make some very terrible decisions. So I'm interested in the conversation on the 0.75, but I just don't see how we've, as a county, created a solid justification, a business case for 1%.
Madam Chair Leonard.
Yes, Mr. Leonard.
Yes, I'd just like to point out that Mr. Tepe talking about the deficit, we did make cuts, and all we need for the 25-year budget is 19 million in reserves. Not all, that's somewhat facetious, but it's not 30 or 35 million. We made cuts, we got it down to 19 million that we're taking out of reserves for the 25 budget. In getting a 0.75% sales tax, occupational sales tax approved, we're going to get 51 million. What we've got to do is we've got to learn to slow down our spending. And if we keep giving ourselves more and more money to spend, we're going to spend it. 51 million will take us, as Ms. Hopkinson illustrated today during the meeting, will take us through 2028, where we'll build up our reserves and we'll balance our budget. So I think 0.75% is adequate, and I think I'm going to be voting for 0.75%. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I want to agree with Mr. Leonard. One thing Mr. Leonard didn't say, so I'm not just repeating him, is the higher we go, the harder this is going to be to pass. If our voters see us asking for more than we need, I don't think they'll vote for it. And I don't like it when the committees go to all this trouble and special meetings. I'm madder than Dale, and I don't understand why. He should, I don't know why he's not more angry, but they went to a lot of trouble to come up with 0.75 as a logical compromise between too much and too little. So I will not vote for 1%.
Mr. Berman.
Are we talking 2.5 cents on a $10? Think that's going to make a difference to the people that are voting on this? I think 1% is something that's it's a good round number, and they would have any problem with. But it's actually 2.5 cents on a $10.
Okay, all right. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully agree with the 1%. I think for too long, our county hasn't thought about future needs, and we are so overpopulated when it comes to our employees and where they have to spend their day. We have employees in the yellow schoolhouse under the stairs right now because they don't have a place to be. So I think the 1%, we know we're going to use that extra percentage points. We need to create buildings. We need to create space for our employees, and we need to think of the future. Now, from my understanding, if in future years, or even in the year it passes, if we don't need 1%, we can allocate less than 1% every year when we're doing our budget, can we not? We don't have to keep it at 1% every single year. We can change that, but we can't add to the 1%. We can only take away from it. So I think if we make a case for our constituency and let them know that we do need this, and this is a way better way of getting money than it is from property taxes, because I'll tell you, even if we increase our property taxes, 2.6% million is nothing. And we're looking at huge cuts of services, and where our employees are, I think they deserve to have a better place to work. So I appreciate everybody, and I hope we can keep it at 1% and make a case for that.
All right. You've already had a chance.
But I get one more time.
Not a second, just making sure that no one else has got their hands up. Yes, Mr. Caius.
The concern I have is that if we're basing the difference between 0.75 and 1, and that difference is, oh, we're gonna build buildings. We just went through that building thing and it wasn't a sell. We didn't sell a new building. We were working even on the health department. We had all the money together. All that money was ARPA money, was ready to go, and there, we couldn't put that together. And I'm concerned that if we are telling people that this is gonna go toward building, it's not an easy sell, and we're at 1%, it may be a harder sell to get a 1% through than a 3/4. So I think it was a good compromise at 3/4.
Okay, yes, Mr. Surges.
Madam Chair Surges, when we began these conversations, I reached out to you personally with a phone call and said 1% was the number we should be at. That if we're taking it to the residents and we're asking them to approve it or disapprove it, 1% will be sufficient to cover our needs for now and for the very near future. However, in the course of conversation, Mavis, I do agree with the notion that I don't know that we've sold it. I don't know that that need is immediate right now. And I don't know that we can do that. And also somebody from that side of the room had mentioned in one of the reports that going to the full 1% is going to make us the most expensive county out there. We're at the 0.75, we'll be even with our neighbors. The bottom line on this is we need to be able to sell it. And will we be, given that information, will we be able to sell the 1%? And if 0.75% keeps us in line and is sufficient right now, but saleable, that seems to be the more prudent way to go. And so, Madam Chair, I'm acknowledging to you as a gentleman, you and I have always discussed 1%, and I'm acknowledging that in public. But at this minute in time, I don't know that we're going to sell it. I'm hearing enough people, enough of our 24 contemporaries here saying, I don't know that we meet the burden of proof on it. And if we can't meet it here, I don't know how we meet it on the street. So that's just my 2 cents for what it's worth.
1 cent.
Or half a cent.
Okay,
Madam Chair, Leonard would
Yes,
like to call
Mr.
the vote.
Leonard. Ready to call the vote?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. We are calling the vote on the amendment to move it to 1%. Correct. So let's call, this is on to move this from
Increase it.
0.75% to 1%.
So no would be 0.75%.
Which is the amendment, yes or
Yes,
no?
that's correct. No
Right.
would be 0.75%.
Yes.
And we'll clarify that.
And just financially, that would be a penny on a dollar versus 3/4 of a penny on a dollar.
Mhm.
We're ready?
Let's go.
Ellen,
What are we voting for? I'm sorry.
On the amendment to 1%.
1%. Okay, thank you.
A yes vote is to change it from 3/4 to 1%. A no vote is to leave it at 3/4.
Okay, you ready?
okay.
Let's go.
I'm sorry. Ellen,
Alan, no.
Bates,
Bates, no.
Berman, Doherty,
Yes.
Dabbist. Oh. Ford's gone. Gums,
No.
Iqbal,
Big ball, no.
Juby is, oh, sorry, she's remote. She's not voting though. Kenyon,
No.
Caius,
Yes, no.
Leonard.
Leonard, no.
Okay, not gonna go. Lewis is gone. Linder,
Linder, no.
Melina,
Melina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, no.
Silva,
Silva, no.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surgis,
Surges, no.
Carver,
Tarver, no.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
and Young.
No.
It fails.
Yes, okay, it is at 0.75%. So do we have any further discussion on this, or are you ready to take the vote? Take the vote, all right.
Voice vote.
This is item number 24380.
3/4%.
Yes.
A percent.
Okay.
Just not
Ready?
sure.
Ellen,
Ellen, I.
thank you. Bates,
Yes.
Berman,
Herman, yes.
Doherty,
Doherty, no.
Gums,
Gums, yes.
Iqbal,
Well, no.
Kenyon,
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Leonard,
Leonard, yes.
Linder.
yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Molina,
Paulina, yes.
Roth,
Roth, no.
Sanchez,
Sanchez, yes.
Silva,
Silva, yes.
Strathman,
Strathman, yes.
Surges,
Surges, yes.
Tarver,
Tarver, yes.
Tepe,
Tepe, yes.
and Young.
No.
Okay, it still passes. 4 nays.
Okay, so, all right, we've got a number of other items yet. May I have a motion and a second to discuss and possibly pass item number 24-381? People are leaving.
9, 10, 11, 12. We still have a quorum with you.
You're leaving as well?
Wait, we might
Don't have a quorum, I don't think.
4,
Madam Chair.
5,
3, 4,
7,
5,
8,
6,
9,
7,
11.
8.
Counting, it'd be 12,
11.
counting Madam Chair.
No, because Madam Chair makes 12 and that's only half.
Half.
only have.
All right, we no longer have a quorum. We cannot discuss any further business or vote on it.
We
We can
could discuss
discuss.
it.
We cannot vote.
Can't vote. Well, technically,
And I
can't
would like to not
really
discuss
discuss
anything.
it, but we've always said it's okay.
You know what that means? Send the police out to arrest him.
Postponing it too.
Hold on, we're going to go get somebody.
Who's Iqbal?
No. Ready to go.
Mr. Iqbal, you're leaving? You're going to be arrested and thrown back on the seat. No, just.
Sergeant at Arms.
Sergeant at Arms.
Hey. Yeah.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Yeah.
What, 13, right?
What happens as, if
I have a quorum in the room.
Basically, you have the authority to adjourn the meeting.
Man.
Pick up what's left of the
more.
agenda at that point. No, I think you should decide the date now. You can always change the date
Brain dead. I am.
later,
8,
but
9, 10, 11.
Hate you so useful the whole day.
generally.
You made it all the way through.
Yeah, I'm not a quitter.
Right.
Get one back. You got, then we can postpone it.
It to Thursday.
Private Bates
It's
reporting for
6
duty,
or
sir.
8 hours in the morning.
All day so. Were you gonna go?
They're gone, huh?
Class over?
Going
It ain't gonna happen.
Moses is leaving.
24.
Cleveland. There goes his overtime pay. Cancel.
That's,
I don't
No, that's hell.
You don't know what that means?
oh, that's, I
State's
think
attorney.
that's forced.
Don't get to the
reserve
point
finance.
it's. and you
Yeah,
can-
we're,
Should never have a
is.
situation.
Regular finance is the
watch.
25th. Wednesday, the
Wasn't very
25th.
cooperative of everybody.
I
Committee
guess
of the
everything
whole
gets
is on
rolled
the
over to
24th.
the next meeting.
Nobody ever comes.
Or you call a special county board meeting and set the remaining
Look
agenda
at-
item.
Board meetings is Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, we no longer have a quorum in the room. I would like to postpone the rest of this, starting with resolution 24381 to September 25th.
Hmm?
What, we
They
don't
always
have a
have the
quorum. We don't have a
authority to-
quorum. We do not have a,
To post.
Even with our quorum?
Yes.
without
Oh.
quorum. To September 25th, which will be the date of the ARPA Committee and Finance Committee. So we will be meeting directly after the ARPA Committee is completed at that time.
Excuse me, isn't the 25th executive?
No.
No, that's October 2nd. Okay.
Oh, Forest Preserve Executive was. the
That's
question.
Thursday,
Can we?
The
Mr. Berman,
26th.
what is the exact date of your meeting? I believe that is on,
September
Finance
25th.
meeting
at
is the 25th
9
at
a.m.
9, ARP is at 10:30. there are no forest preserve committees on the
Till
calendar.
Thursday. So assuming we get done by.
All right, we're good? All right, do we need to take a vote on that?
Oh, you have a motion,
Adjourn without a quorum?
Can't vote.
second.
Is there a motion and a second? Is there a motion and a second to move this to the 25th? Yes?
No, but you can make them.
You can vote, yes, you can vote to continue the meeting.
Continue the meeting. So motion, and Mr. Berman, you want a second?
We'll second it.
All right, voice vote.
Aye.
We could also say we never noticed that we didn't have a quorum and we was done by voice vote.
We adjourn.
Thank you. Until the 25th of September.
Yeah.
Take my